Good morning everyone and welcome. This is the Stage 2 hearing session on the Sheffield Plan. My name is David Troy. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector. I've been appointed jointly with my colleagues Katie Child and Rosie Morgan to hold this examination into the soundness of the Sheffield Plan and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regard to its soundness. The Stage 2 hearings will be continuing this week and we'll look at site-specific allocations. As with the Stage 1 sessions and the previous sessions on Stage 2, we'd like to discuss potential changes to the plan during each session, and we'd ask the Council to keep a running list of potential main mods and actions at each session. Is there a bit of feedback? Can I hear? Okay, thank you. The hearing session today will cover the site-specific allocations and policies in relation to Northwest, Northeast and East Sheffield Sub-Areas. I will start off with the sections on Northwest and Northeast Sheffield Sub-Areas this morning, and then this afternoon I will be joined by my colleague Rosie Morgan, and we will be covering the East Sheffield Sub-Area between us. Before I begin the agenda, I'd like to go through a few practicalities to run through, take about 5 minutes. Firstly, a reminder that the sessions are being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The link is available on the Council's local plan website. Welcome to all those watching today. Secondly, our Programme Officer Ian Kemp. Programme Officer is responsible for practical arrangements of the examination. If you have any practical issues during the session, please see Ian. Hopefully everyone has seen a copy of the agenda for today's session. Can I make sure that everyone has their mobile phones either switched off or turned to silence whilst the hearing is in session? And if you intend to film or record and share any images online with others, please be aware that you're responsible for complying with the relevant data protection legislation. I'll just turn to the Council now just to go through any sort of fire alarm or the practical arrangements for today.
Good morning. There isn't a fire alarm planned for today, so if you do hear a fire alarm, it is a real fire and we need to leave the building. If you could exit down the large main stairs outside of this room and gather across the road by the jewellers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Many people around today are obviously familiar with how the hearing sessions will run. As a reminder, it will take the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda before us, and it's an opportunity for me to find out more about this particular matter and also an opportunity to comment and express your views. My initial questions will often be aimed towards the Council, but there will be plenty of time for anyone else to respond or comment. If you do wish to make a point at any particular stage, please place your nameplate on its end and I will bring you in as soon as I can. When it comes to speak, turn on the microphone in front of you and turn it off when you've finished. The agenda is quite long today. Can I ask everyone to keep their comments fairly short and succinct? We will run through, we've already read through the hearing statements and representations, so it so please just highlight any key issues, please. Does everyone have any questions at this stage? Okay, before we start the agenda, if we just go around the table and ask for everyone to introduce himself, I'll just start with the Council first, please.
Thank you. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the Council.
Sarah Reid, KC, Barrister for the Council.
John King, Planning Policy Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer, Strategic Planning at the Council.
Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
Morning, Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the City Council.
Roland Bolton, DLP Planning, representing Inspired Villages and Hallam Land.
Philip Chaffel-Zelenko, DLP Planning as well, representing the University of Sheffield.
Morning, sir. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Ruler.
We'll move on to the agenda now. If I start with item 2, which is the proposed modifications by the Council to policy SA2. If I just get the Council just to go through the proposed modifications to this policy, if I could, as outlined in the in item 2 of the agenda, that would be helpful for initial starters. Thank you.
Yeah. So we propose an amendment to paragraph 4.56 of the plan. That's in a response to comments received at Regulation 19 and it now acknowledges that both the rivers, the Loxley and the Riverlin, contain sort of industrial heritage and this comprises sort of numerous water mills, mill ponds and the like, and that sort of thing, and that it contains a number of biodiversity assets, local wildlife sites. So it's generally just recognising the importance of those valleys in terms of heritage, obviously steel being quite an important element of Sheffield's historic past and the biodiversity. In terms of the other modification, this is to policy SA2A, and this is to update the employment land capacity figures. They were incorrectly, we used the gross site area, and we should have used the net site area, so that's been changed to 17.45 hectares in that policy. In terms of the other modification, this is to refer to the Don Valley line and the importance of reopening this line. It's a key objective of the SIMCA, and this modification is a response to their representation. Inclusion here sort of is consistent with how we've approached SA8, where we refer to the Don Valley line, which is Stocksbridge and Deepcar. So it's just recognising the importance of that to the strategic plan and this area.
Okay, Mr. King. I think we sort of probably agreed at previous hearing sessions on item B, updating the employment land capacity, that we'd probably do at the end of the process once we've been through the various hearing sessions. But other than that, I think unless there's any other points that we wish to raise, I think they all are main modifications, so they just need adding to the schedule. So I've got no other comments at this stage on those items, so thank you. Item 3, proposed corrections to SA2. Again, I think from what I've read of these, they're fairly RH11, RH12 and CH23. They appear to be minor modifications to the plan. I don't know if you want to say anything further on those at this stage, but
I suppose just to emphasise that obviously these modifications refer to the inclusion of Broom Hill within the sub-area, within the policy. It's a district centre, it needs to be recognised as such in the policy alongside the other district centres, so as you say, it's quite straightforward. And then the other one is just recognising that NWS 10, Bridge Mill, is a strategic site, so yes, fairly straightforward, I'd hope.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that, yes, they're all, obviously for yourself, obviously in terms of additional minor modifications to the plan for the council. Is there any other comments on policy SA2 at this stage? Has anybody got any comments? No? Okay, thank you. If that's the case, I'm going to move on to item 5 then. It's to do with sites NS 302 and NS NWS 29, NWS 2, and it's really the question about the feasibility of whether any feasibility works have been undertaken in terms of the alternative access for users to these sites from Oakham Drive onto Valley Road via the Parkway Industrial Estate. I suppose my question, obviously, other than that, obviously, is obviously, can that realistically be delivered? Will the new access pose, is it for both vehicular and pedestrian access, or is it purely just for pedestrian access? And then just obviously if you just go through any sort of steps that have been delivered or any stages you've been through at this stage in terms of the process towards initial discussion with any landowners and what the outcome might have been. Thank you.
So yeah, the proposed access via Oakham Drive has been a long-standing objective of the council and is identified in the adopted GDP as a proposed road scheme. It was also included in the draft Parkwood Springs Master Plan of 2018. More recently, we've commissioned Mott MacDonald to complete a Phase 1 and Phase 2 access study for these sites in this area, which has concluded that access via Oakham Drive is the only option that should be taken forward for more detailed appraisal, and that was published here in the last couple of months. The council is currently in negotiations with the landowner and the relocation of their business. In terms of sort of alternative access points, the Oakham Drive would be both pedestrian and vehicular access, but there would be other points of access to the site for pedestrians and cyclists. You'd have the existing access under the railway bridge would remain a way in, and there are numerous rights of way that access the site from north, south, east and west. It's a key, the Parkwood Springs, the ski village site is a key site for the regeneration of the wider Parkwood Springs Country Park. It's a key objective for the council. Outdoor city, bringing all that sort of activities into the city and really promoting that. In terms of alternative access, the Mott MacDonald site study did look at 9 alternative access routes in, and they were some of them, and obviously most of them, because of it's constrained by numerous wildlife sites, triple SIs, geological triple SIs, the railway line to the south. So those were all ruled out due to those sort of adverse impacts. So the Oakham Drive is the only viable access that's available. In terms of further work, we are now, as I said, negotiating with the landowner, and we're now looking at drawing up more sort of technical plans for the feasibility, the actual sort of technically linking these two areas. I'd just also say that this access is also important to the wider development of that area. There's a number of businesses in that north of the railway line that are currently restricted by that bridge, and they have to do some very sort of convoluted ways of getting goods in and out. So it's not just about the delivery of the sites, it's about the regeneration of that sort of whole Parkwood area.
Is there any sort of like time frames for the work that you've done the initial feasibility work, but in terms of the next stages, in terms of negotiations and the sort of more detailed work in terms of that access, have you got a time frame set out for the next stage of that work at this stage?
Unfortunately, I don't have a time scale provided by our colleagues in regeneration. As I said, they are in negotiations now with the landowner. There's quite a bit of work that's been done by Mott MacDonald, so I can't really say anything unless our colleagues know a little bit more than me about what's going on regarding that further work.
Is it possible? Is that obviously there's a reference to the master plan, the Parkway Springs master plan. I don't know if that could be, if it's not an exam document, whether that could be made available to me.
Yeah, we can do that.
And also the Matt MacDonald feasibility work. Is that a public document?
That is, yes.
Could that just be added so I've got that to hand in terms of just for so I can see the process you've been through in terms of trying to look at this, the various options, the alternative accesses, and then obviously how you've come up with the conclusion of this being the preferred option. If that's set out in that feasibility work, that would be useful.
That can be done.
Yeah.
Sir, if it's helpful, we can check with our regeneration colleagues and perhaps provide you with a written confirmation on timescales, if that's helpful.
I think for my complete understanding, really, because obviously this is probably one of the, I can see this is one of the main issues in this, and you've pointed out, obviously, not just this these allocations with that area, obviously, but in terms of regeneration. But certainly, if obviously you can provide further information, that would be helpful to me. Thank you. An update as an action. Thank you. Okay, I think we've covered item B. I think from what I can see, obviously, unless there's any other points you want to make in relation to obviously the former ski slope site in terms of alternative accesses, I think you've sort of seemed to have covered that particular aspect. So if we move on to item C, please, 5C, which is to do with the proposed modifications to conditions. So in terms of site NWS02 to address the impact on the NEEPs and cutting SSSI, you're basically intending to add basically a modification. I just wanted to clarify whether the latest amended wording you've set out in PS21, you can obviously just highlight what that is, whether that latest amendment relating to this triple SI have Natural England been sort of consulted on that, and what their view is in relation to that, and obviously how it sort of relates to the wording in the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England produced in May. So it would just be useful just to get an indication in relation to that.
So yeah, this modification was in response to a representation from Natural England. I don't know whether we have consulted Natural England on that wording. Perhaps, again, I might look for a colleague who's involved in the Statement of Common Ground.
Thank you. Yes, well, we've made changes in relation to comments from statutory consultees. We've noted those, and that would form part of the Statement of Common Ground.
So the viewing is on this particular one that obviously the Natural England, this complies with basically what's in the Statement of Common Ground, the actual wording. I just wanted to, because obviously I think with this and the obviously the site NWS 29, there was some wording I noticed within the actual the previous version that talks about no development taking place within the actual the local wildlife sites and also the local geographical sites. So I just wanted to be sure that obviously this latest wording is something that obviously takes on board Natural England's concerns in relation to this particular SSSI.
Thank you. Yes, I can see that you would want to confirm that, and also we would want to confirm that, but unfortunately I can't get the internet to open right now to bring up the Statement of Common Ground. So just give us one moment.
I mean, why is she looking at it? Obviously, I've got a similar sort of question really in relation to NWS 29, in relation to the triple SI, the Neeps End brickwork triple SI. Again, it's just obviously the wording I can see in the actual statement of common ground talks about proposed additional conditions where there's no development will take place in the local geological sites, and then obviously then it goes on to talk about further. There seems to be some additional site conditions that talk about further survey work were required, and then obviously I think it seems to tie in with the wording that you're proposing, that obviously you're looking to ensure there's going to be no adverse effects that would be. So I just wanted to clarify what the actual wording is that's been agreed.
If I could just take you through the sequence here. Have you got the statement of common ground? No. If you're in the statement of common ground, it's the reference in the second column is 124, if that helps. So effectively the statement of common ground here shows that the dialogue that took place about this with the initial summary of the objection from Natural England about the lack of information in relation to the brickworks triple SI. And then, and the fact that not appropriate weight was afforded to it because it's nationally designated. We then responded with proposed additional conditions on development, no development to take place within the wildlife site, and no development should take place within the local geological site in response to that. And then Natural England came back on that, requiring further survey work to be undertaken at planning application stage in relation to the impacts on that triple SI. And so our further response to that was to propose an additional condition on development which covers the suggestion made by Natural England, and that's the agreed position. Natural England agrees with this response to their comments. So, as I understand it, we've taken account of their comments and we've agreed a position on what the conditions on that site should be.
Just to be clear in my mind, because obviously I've been looking through the modifications and you seem to be striking out, in relation to NSWS PS 30, you're talking about you're striking out no development should take place in the geological site in your modification. It wasn't actually within the plan as a condition anyway. It was effectively a modification you suggested, and this obviously is, so it's just obviously the clarity. Are you just suggesting that it's this additional, in terms of the statement of common ground, is this additional agreement in January 2014? Is that basically what's been agreed in terms of the condition on this site?
Yeah, that's the agreed position on what should be the condition on that site, yes.
Fine. Okay. So I think I understand. Yeah. So basically, it's the no development one is gone, but basically the further survey work, and this applies, I think, to the other both triple SIs. From what I can,
yes.
Yeah. That's okay. So National England have agreed in terms of the proposed wording. So in terms of that, I think obviously there are main modifications if in terms of obviously the schedule. So thank you very much for clarifying that. Thank you. Just moving on to item 3, which is to do with the impact on the local wildlife sites. You've got 2 suggested modifications, PS22 and PS44, which relate to the wildlife sites. I just wanted to set out, if you just set out the reasons for revised wording in relation to these local wildlife sites in relation to these sites. And then again, obviously, I assume obviously the suggested modification seems to override the previous suggestion that no development should take place within the local wildlife. It's replaced by this revised wording. Is that the case? And why this change occurred?
Yeah, obviously we received representations at Reg 19 from the sort of wildlife biodiversity groups highlighting concerns impact on the local wildlife site. So we did put in modified a condition that says development should not take place in the local wildlife site. Subsequent to that, we've had obviously discussions with colleagues in regeneration and parks and countryside, and whilst the main development of the ski village will take place where the former building was at the bottom of the hill, because we're proposing or looking at a sort of we'll call it a gravity attraction, whereby which the slope will be used, like the ski village was used, to sort of might be a luge or further mountain bike tracks. So there will be a requirement for some development within the local wildlife site to deliver that scheme, because that area is within the local wildlife site. So effectively that was to address those concerns that were raised by Regen and Parks and Countryside. Obviously there will be protections in place within the policy to make sure that the local wildlife site is not significantly affected, and that by definition the types of development that will take place will be sort of linear routes down through the local wildlife site, so there are opportunities to avoid any significant harm. So it was just to allow for the delivery of a gravity extreme, adrenaline seeking attraction.
Just, it's obviously likely to come up on other sites we're discussing. Obviously, this might be slightly different relation to this one. It's more recreation, leisure-based, this particular proposal. But obviously, I think, should the boundaries be excluded to exclude, obviously, the actual wildlife site itself, the local wildlife site? And if not, why not, in terms of the actual delivery that you've been talking about?
Yeah, the confirmation that in that particular location we'd want the wildlife site to be retained within the boundary, and part of the reason for that is it's a holistic piece of regeneration, and obviously part of that is also the fact that badged as the outdoor city, the wildlife sites are part of the area, part of its character and its fabric, and being within that wider parcel is quite important.
just going back to obviously consultation with statutory bodies, obviously the revised wording that you have in PS 22 in relation to site NWS2, obviously that in that case I think the actual local wildlife site adjoins basically the actual the proposed allocation, and obviously you talk about 15-metre buffer is required. But in relation to the actual the ski slope site, the NSW and NWS 29, again you're referring to obviously removing the wording no development should take place within the local wildlife site, and then you're indicating that no detailed assessment, a detailed assessment should be carried out of the wildlife site, and any likely adverse effects of that development upon that development should be sort of dealt with, and obviously that will be avoided through measures of mitigation. Is that basically what's been agreed with statutory bodies?
No, those haven't yet been agreed with the statutory bodies because they were made at sort of post-submission, so we haven't had the time, sorry.
But from your perspective and your consultation with your colleagues in the countryside section, they feel that obviously this particular would sort of give adequate protection. Is that basically what you're indicating, the safeguards were provided through this wording? That's the view of the council, yeah?
Yeah, I've been on site with them and wandered around up and down the site, and we've looked at the ambitions for the site, and they are confident that the development that would be required within the local wildlife would be minor, and as I said, it's sort of linear features moving through the woodland, so that the adequate mitigation could be, or avoidance measures and mitigation could be delivered to protect the local wildlife site.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm clear now. Yeah, so again, main modifications required obviously on those, obviously. Thank you very much. Just moving on to item 6, which is to do the condition relating to overhead power lines through sites NWS04 and NWS05. I noticed in your consultation responses you indicated that you'd from based on National Grid's sort of Reg 19 submission, they've identified a 400 kV overhead transmission line across part of those two sites, and you were going to include sort of a condition similar, I think, to SES03. I just wanted to ask the council, is it still their intention, or if not, why not, in relation to these particular sites?
Yeah, that was an error on our part. We should have included a condition similar to the one on SO3 to address the power cables that run down the edge of NWS04 and NWS05. We've got a proposed condition, but it would be the same as the other ones. So I don't necessarily need to read it out. But that, I think the intent, yeah, we have agreed that condition can be added.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I've read the wording on the other site. I think that would cover that particular issue, I think, from what I can see. So yeah, that's again main modification in relation to those particular sites in terms of development conditions. So okay, thank you. Just moving on to item 7 then, there's just a number of other modifications that are listed again under item 7. If you just want to briefly just cover those for me, the council, just if you could.
Yes, so we propose a modification to the conditions on NWS04 where we have incorrectly identified the site area as 2.35 hectares, and it should in fact be 2.43 hectares. So that's a fairly straightforward modification. We're also looking at revising or propose a reduction in the capacity for NWS 010, which is 09, sorry, which is the former Ooty Bridge Mill. So that is a reduction in light of the planning application that's been approved on that site, and obviously that site is now under construction, so that's now a capacity of 292 units. Regarding NWS 09, we have in error proposed it as a deallocation, but there are still roughly 91 units that still need to be delivered on that site. So we would like to retract that deallocation. Apologies. Given that there's a number of units still to be completed, it should remain as an allocation. So moving on to, so have I gone, item 7. So moving on to modifications to NWS 03 and NWS 10. Both of these refer or address the impact on ancient woodlands. In terms of NWS 03, we, in response to comments from the Woodland Trust, we had proposed a condition to protect ancient woodlands, but we've since looked at the site, NWS 03, and it's roughly about 180 metres from the nearest ancient woodland. So we don't agree that there is a requirement for a condition addressing impacts on the ancient woodland. So again, that's a modification that we would like to withdraw.
That's in relation to NWS 03, is it?
Yes,
okay.
So that's the airflow site at, near Beelywood Lane, on Beelywood Lane. There is obviously in terms of, sorry, shall I pause?
Sorry, the distance again. Obviously, I think I had read it's some distance from the actual site.
180 metres.
180 metres. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I think that was an error on the Woodlands Trust and our parts to put that condition in. In terms of NWS 10, which is Ooty Bridge Lane and Platts Lane, this allocation is directly adjacent to ancient woodland. And that's been identified by Natural England and the Woodland Trust and the Wildlife Trust within their representations at Reg 19. And in accordance with Natural England's standing advice and advice from colleagues in ecology, the council is applying a 15-minute buffer from the canopy of the trees. And you'll see, obviously, this is a condition that's been applied to other sites, so it's a standard sort of protection condition of the ancient woodland.
Okay, thank you very much. So, just in relation to the modifications, NWS 04, the correction to the area, I think that's it's a minor modification in relation to that. I note your comments in relation to NWS 09. Obviously, the change in the capacity, obviously highlighted in the agenda item, obviously is a main modification, but I take the point that you're not intending to delete that as an allocation now. Yeah. So I'll make a note of that. Obviously, it's that's thank you for that update. I think it probably makes sense since I did notice there's quite a lot of development obviously still going on that site when I visited it. In relation to NWS 03, yeah, I note the point. It is some distance from the ancient woodland, so I note the council's comments on that. There's no modification, and then in NWS 10 agree that that is the main modification. Adding that particular condition relating to the buffer, I think is agreed. Okay, so. Okay, we just wanted to, on the next item, and this really is picking up something that we probably would have talked about under the housing supply session on matter 18, but we wanted just to get a clearer picture, probably at this stage before we start going into the allocations, not just here but in other sub-areas, about obviously the assumptions used basically in relation to the lead-in times for sites without permission as referred to in table 7 in the council's HELA, If we could also get the council just to set out how they've come about those assumptions and estimating the lead time in that particular table. Are they likely to be reasonable assumptions? And could also ask, is there any sort of historical data on which these assumptions have been based on? In terms of from the data first submission of the planning applications to the first completion on the sites, and if so, can that provide it? I don't know if it may well have been based on historical data, but obviously it'd be useful just to have an understanding of that background as to why these assumptions have been made. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Table 7, as you've referenced in the HELA, provides the assumed lead-in times for both council and private sites, and it differentiates this between different scales of development. However, all sites in the trajectory are unique, and often other factors have been used to underpin our assumptions about timescales for delivery without planning permission. And this could be based on, for example, understanding of the landowner's intentions, current planning activity, as well as possibly previous planning activity, also any marketing of sites at the moment, and any existing uses. So just to give sort of an example, in the Northwest area, for example, there are 7 site allocations which don't have planning permission at the moment. 2 of those are covered under agenda item 11, but I thought it might be worth, if you agree, maybe just to talk through the other 5, or maybe a couple of them, just to show how each site does have its sort of own unique factors, where we might deviate from table 7 of the HELA. Okay. I'll not talk through NWS 10 or 13, because they'll be covered under agenda item 11. A little bit more complicated. So, for example, NWS 15, and this is Bamborough House and Cuthbert Bank Road. So this particular site was promoted to the council during the 2020 issues and options stage of the local plan by the landowner on behalf of themselves. So if you were to use the HELA lead-in times, it would allow for 2 years lead-in to obtain planning permission on this private site of this scale. However, given the need for the current occupiers to relocate, the site is assumed to be deliverable in the longer term, so it's been placed into plan year 11. So that just gives one example of where perhaps we've taken a slightly more cautious approach based on other information. A second example is NWS 17. This is St George's Community Health Centre. So sort of similar to the site before, the HELA for this particular site would assume a 1-year lead-in time, as it's a small site that's privately owned. However, again, we have assumed delivery in year 11, as the site is currently up for sale very recently. So we don't actually have direct information from the landowner. Our information is based on the fact that it's currently for sale, but it could be sooner. Another example is...
Sorry, just get that, that number of that one you've just been through.
Yeah, certainly. So that was NWS 17.
17, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a call for sites, but it's currently back on the market very recently. Another example is NWS 20, and this is the site of Deer Park Road. So the site recently had permission, so at the time of submitting the local plan, it had permission, which has recently expired. However, a new application is awaiting determination, and the agent has confirmed there is an intention to develop. So, using the HELA Table 7, it would have a 1-year lead-in time, but for this particular site, we have assumed completions to be in year 6 of the plan, and this takes account of the existing users on the site. However, again, we feel this could be a slightly cautious approach based on the fact that there is currently a live application awaiting determination. 2 more examples to go. So next one is NWS 25, and this is currently a car park adjacent to Upperthorpe Medical Centre. So the site has recently had outline planning permission for 12 apartments, with a reserve matters application that expired in June 23. So the agent has confirmed that the site has recently been sold. So the assumption in Table 7 of the HELA would be a 1-year lead-in time for this scale of site, private site. However, given the new information that the site has very recently been sold, we have assumed delivery in year 11 of the plan period. And the last example is NWS 26, and this is land at Trickett Road. So the site was submitted during the 2019 call for sites. It is a vacant site. So the HELA Table 7 would assume a 1-year lead-in time for this scale of site. However, the site is assumed to deliver completions in year 10, and this takes account of the landowner confirmed availability that we've had, and the fact that to date there's been no current planning activity on the site.
Sorry, just when is that been sort of indicated now in the trajectory? Just thank you.
That is year 10, which is 2034-35. So I hope that gives a broad range of each site is unique, and sometimes we do deviate from Table 7 of the HELA. And so Table 7 of the HELA, as I've sort of set out, is in our HELA, which was agreed as reasonable lead-in times with the HELA working group at the time of developing those lead-in times.
Sorry, just to clarify, when we're talking about lead-in times, that's for the obtaining of planning permission and preparation, with completions to follow after that, rather than the lead-in times of the building work.
And just got a clarification about the historical data. Obviously, it sounds from basically you've taken a judgment, but that's just been the starting point, Table 7. But just in terms of historical data that led you up to Table 7 itself, what was the basis? Was there anything based there?
So I suppose the historical data for each site, so we have a very comprehensive database of each site, going back to 2005, 2008. So the historical data, we can keep a track of if it's had previous planning permission, who the landowner was, the agent. So we often use that as one element of historical data. The other element, sorry, is maybe less historic, but the number of local plan consultations that we've had, and also 3 to 4 previous call for sites are also used as sort of historical data going back to 2009.
I think the question was really in terms of making that judgment in terms of Table 7, about obviously how you've sort of come to the conclusion about the specific time frames for different scales. Has that been one factor, plus presumably negotiation and discussion with developers, etc., in terms of their input? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. I'm not going to comment on the on whether or not the site should remain allocations. We'll save that till later, I think. But just in terms of the issue about lead-in times, I'm a little unclear, I must admit, about whether we're talking about a lead-in time to when we're going to have first completion or lead-in time to start on site. If that could be clarified, then I could adjust my comments accordingly.
Yes, certainly. So I've got the table from the HELA, but not the paragraph that sits before it. But to confirm the lead-in time, so for example, let's go through one example. If it was a private site between 10 to 50 units, table 7 in the HELA gives a 1-year lead-in time, and that 1-year lead-in time is to obtaining planning provision starting on site. So if it had a 1-year lead-in time, completions would fall in the following year, in the second year. And that was developed again by the HELA working group with members of the HBF and DLP on said group. Thank you.
Yes, because my reading of Table 7 is everything takes, in terms of, I mean, we were on that group, it was a while ago, and we have seen significant changes, I think, and evidence since then. Most notably published this year is the Lichfield start to finished edition 3. You nod your head, sir, so I think you've probably come across it now and again. And on small sites, that's 50 to 99 units. They took about 1.5 years to get planning permission and 2.3 years from planning permission to first completion. So it's slightly different. It's slightly longer time period, but it is really the period that you need to be interested in, because for you, especially looking at delivery and when you come to look at 5-year land supply, the impact on the 5-year land supply is when you don't get first completions, not when you're going to have the start on site. So for the smaller sites, the national average is 3.8, and at the moment it's being suggested to you that for sites of that size, it's either 3 years for council-owned sites or 1 year, or 1 to 2 years, if you like, for private sites. So that means, on average, Sheffield is doing significantly better than nationally in terms of getting those sites through. And it's some time since we sat on the HELA, but that certainly hasn't been our experience with housing sites in Sheffield. As you can see, and as will come through, most of these sites are incredibly difficult. They're previously developed. There's ownership problems. A lot of them, and all the ones in this area, are unviable in terms of the council's own viability assessment. So there's many things to overcome. And some of the examples you've heard, sites that have been put forward and could have been subject to planning application at any time and haven't been. So part of your analysis when we come into it will be, why are those sites not coming forward when they could have come forward anyway? So I would say those timings are incredibly optimistic given the more up-to-date information we have. If we look at the 100+ sites, again, national guidance, national evidence is that these take about 2.8 years to go from submission of. This isn't from inclusion in the plan. It's from submission of the first outline planning application to planning approval is 2.8 years for sites of 100 to 499, and then to first completions a further 3.2 years. So that's 6 years. So sites of over 100 units nationally, it takes about 6 years for you to get first completions on those sites. And clearly, when you've got sites with the difficulties that the sites in Sheffield have, that would not be an unreasonable position to start with, I would suggest. And that is evidence-based, and if the document isn't part of the evidence library, I can certainly submit it. I mean, it's a well-known document.
Thank you. Yes, I reflect on Mr. Bolton's points about lead times. Obviously, they take a different amount of time for different sites, and I think my colleague, Ms. Roden, quite clearly set out that we've taken in quite a wide range of factors in what we consider to be the time estimated before we begin to see completions on sites. And just to reflect that in relation to this particular question, we were looking at sites without planning permission, of which none of those are within our 5-year housing land supply. We've been quite cautious about the reflection on the fact that it does take time for sites to get permission, but there are also a number of other factors, not just the gaining of planning permission, that will affect those build-out rates and the time for completion, and we've taken that on board with where we've identified those sites delivering units within the plan period.
Just one quick follow-up point for Mr. Bolton. Agree with the evidence you suggested about Lichfields, and we'll have information ready at the housing land supply session. And as Ms. Stevens has said, we look at each site individually, and especially for the larger sites, which we'll probably discuss in the other sub-area sessions. We use that as a starting point, Table 7, but then we take on additional factors. But certainly we have considered the Lichfields evidence as part of our approach.
Yeah, I mean, it was just to make the point that Mr. Bolton does acknowledge that DLP were part of the working group that looked at this issue, and I just want to make the point that they did agree these lead times. I take the point that it was some time ago, but he seems to have changed his position now, so I just want to make that point.
Okay, if you're going to refer to the Lichfield work, it would be useful for it probably to be added to the if it's going to be referred to the housing land supply and obviously by Mr. Bolton and others. I think it would be useful. We're aware obviously of the background, but we just would be useful as a sort of another additional item that we can, if it's going to be referred to the inspectors, that we can have it in front of us. Mr. Bolton?
Just to be fair, like I think all good professionals, when I'm presented with evidence that informs my view, I use the new evidence. So in terms of what was agreed, I can't remember how long ago it was now. It seems like 2018, something like that, certainly pre-COVID. We have had new evidence, and therefore my position is going to change on the basis of new evidence. That's a professional approach to take.
Okay, I'm just going to, it's really looking at moving on to item B of that item. Obviously, the assumptions used in Table 7 of the HELA only apply to the length of time to determine the application for what we can obviously see, and we just wanted to see what general assumptions have been made between the actual allocation and the first, obviously, completions of units on the site. What evidence has been, what evidence is available to show what key milestones have been used to determine the delivery of sites up to delivery. That would be useful, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So key milestone evidence includes the gaining of planning permission, or if it's currently in the progress of a live application. Also, other information on readying sites for development, so including relocating of any existing users. So this is factored in with the sites largely being considered in a position to deliver completions towards the latter half of the plan period. And I suppose a lot of the factors we've already talked about previously, so permission, if there's existing users on the site, information from landowners denoting land availability. And then we use, as we've said, Table 7 in the HELA is the starting point, and then we often add in more specific intelligence on those milestones on top. And as we've already said, we generally take quite a cautious approach with delivery and lead-in times. I don't know if Ms. Stevens wants to add anything further on.
No, I think that pretty much covers it.
Maybe I'll make one more point, if I may. I think when we were preparing for this question, I think we were of the view that we haven't added any specific extra time between a site being allocated, because a number of these sites, in theory, could come forward with permission earlier. So we don't feel that there's often a lot of specific examples where the allocation would require extra time for it then to come forward. Because obviously a lot of the sites are in the existing urban area. There may be a couple of sites which we might get to possibly in the South East Sub Area, but that's being factored in to the timescales for delivery. But on most sites, there's no extra time allowed for it to be allocated.
Mr. Bolton?
I'm tempted to make the observation that I've made earlier, which is if sites can come forward now and not dependent on the allocation, what's the point of the plan? However, one of the key points and key milestones for this plan, given the level of on number of allocations that are in the City Council's own ownership, and given the number of allocations that by the Council's own evidence are unviable, then I think one of the key milestones is achieving funding for sites is a key milestone to bring them forward. Now that's certainly a key milestone with council-owned sites when they're bringing them through the different schemes they have. They have a number of schemes, but actually what we've found, and we'll come to it, is quite often you'll be told that a site is within the scheme but is not actually approved for funding at any point. And there's some that have been in the scheme and not approved for funding for up to 5 years. So you'll need to pick those up as you go through to make sure that there is actually funding directly allocated towards that particular site. Because as we discussed when we were talking about whether the site was developable in terms of the definition in the MPPF, the last part of that is they've got to be viable at the point of delivery. So just because you put it post the 5-year land supply doesn't excuse you from demonstrating that it will be a viable site. And there's an awful lot of sites at the moment that are unviable.
The council want to make any further comments in relation to that particular point, Mr. Bolton, at this stage, in terms of the funding obviously being a key, obviously in particular relation to council-owned sites, and obviously whether they're within the programme. I think we'll come on to this when we are discussing the council-owned sites.
Yes. So just follow up the point from Mr. Bolton about confirmed funding, especially for council-owned sites. So Mr. Bolton is correct. A large number of our sites are council-owned in the housing trajectory. We might come to this later in the agenda, but just to be clear, so in respect of all council-owned sites, they've been confirmed as available within the plan period by our property services team, who reflect the view as landowner, and we're authorised to relay this information. So where a site has confirmed funding, it's clear in the trajectory that it will be within the first 5 years of the plan. If a site is in a confirmed programme, then there are specific marketing and lead-in and build-out rates, and that's included in the comments against each site now. However, if a site is not in a confirmed programme, the council as landowner confirm that the site is available, and we have put these into plan years 6 to 10, or later by exception. There's just a couple of sites which are all in the table. So if a site is not in a confirmed programme, we have put it in years 6 to 10 because we, as the council, have a firm intention that these sites will be marketed and delivered within that time frame.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to move on to item 9, which is in relation to 2 sites that are within the 5-year land supply. basically, and obviously the updated evidence that's been provided October 24. So just starting with site NS19, the former Bowles Hill residential home, if council just give an update and any further update on key milestones in relation to discharge, anticipated groundworks and build out and completions on this particular site, please. I note from the trajectory you've got it in 2026-27.
That's correct. So NWS 19, so a very key statement was missed off the summary, which is that the site has full planning permission. So that possibly would have answered your question. But just to follow up with a bit more detail, the site is being delivered as part of the council's stock increase programme, which we have explained at previous hearings, but please do let me know if you'd like me to go over that again. So in terms of milestones, there's a start on site expected in 2025, and contracts are currently being prepared with the developer. So there's a signed pro forma for our housing growth director, setting out that funding is secured through the council capital strategy and budget book, which was approved by full council in 2024.
Just in terms of the full permission, any discharge conditions in terms of that, and just confirmation, anticipated groundworks, please.
I'll just have to pull up the relevant spreadsheet for that particular bit of information. Just relying on the council internet, so it is loading with that information. Okay, it's here. Okay, thank you for waiting. So, just looking at the signed pro forma on this site. So yeah, planning application is due in 2025. What has already happened is phase 1 surveys were actually carried out in 21-22, and that was prior to the planning submission, which was scheduled for 2022, but there was a pause on that, so that's the planning permission submission is 2025, but the phase 1 surveys have been complete, and I'll just scroll down, and so start on site then is expected, everything's been moved on a year, so in spring 26, and that's the information that I've got from the housing growth director. But if there's anything further, I'd have to follow that up specifically.
I think the question was, you said it's got full permission, so
I'm sorry.
It's obviously discharge conditions. I just wanted to find out, clarifying that point really in terms of a key milestone in terms of your time frames. That's what I'm really asking.
I do apologise. There's a lot of sites in my head. Sorry, it says here, start on site is expected in spring 2025. I'll leave it at that. I don't have the information to hand on progress on conditions, but I could certainly, or a member of the team could look into that right now for us. Laura's looking
Okay,
right
yeah,
there.
it's just obviously, yeah, it'd be useful just for it's another key milestone in terms of just trying to get an idea. But yes, if that could just literally just, if we could just clarify that point, it'd be handy really, but it's not. Thank you. Okay, so if you just move on to NWS 27, the Daisy Chain Middlewood Villas at Banks Road South. So I've got outline permission but no reserve matters at this stage. Looking at the information that's submitted, you've got 28, 29 in terms of the actual trajectory for basic for the work, which is 10 units. Just the question really, I suppose, in relation, in terms of the actual information provided from the development management officers, you talked about an alternative scheme. I suppose really, I wanted to find out when is that like to come forward, you know, in terms of determining that new application, you know, is there any sort of need for securing legal agreements and again discharge of conditions and also undertaking groundworks? What's the time frames for those key milestones in terms of building up to the time frame you put into your trajectory 2028-29, you know, obviously through to there, you know, obviously starting on site.
Yeah, certainly. So the information from our development management colleagues, having spoken to the agent of the site, was that, I think, as we said, they intend to submit a new planning application imminently, and that would be more in line with the previous permission granted a few years ago for apartments. They did relay that the constraint was not around availability, but it was resolving an access and turning issue on the site. So in terms of discharging of conditions and the actual submission of the application, the information we have is that it would be imminent, but I don't have the details beyond that. So, and the most recent permission did lapse in July 2024 on this site. So I think it's just re-looking at the design and a bit of the access on the site.
Mr. Bolton.
Yeah, the information I have is that the outline did have reserve matters, which wasn't for 10, it was for 5 new dwellings and the conversion of the existing nursery to outhouse. That those reserve matters were refused on the 13th of the 9th of this year. The earlier apartment scheme was a withdrawn scheme from 2020. So there is no extant permission on the site, and there seems to be a question about what can fit on the site given the recent refusal of reserve matters.
Given that, is obviously, are you sort of, in terms of the evidence for us, will that alternative scheme, if it is, you're saying it's going to be submitted imminent, will it meet those key milestones in terms of trying to deliver by 2028-29 within the 5 years? Are you confident that they can be met in terms of, you know, getting permission, any legal agreements, discharge of conditions, groundworks in relation to this site, and then obviously the build out that you've anticipated?
I think based on the best information we have at this moment in time, I mean, it could be moved on an extra year to allow for discharge of conditions and starting on site. But the information we have from the development management officer that the site is available, and it is just reviewing the turning point and access onto the site.
So, can I just remind you, when we're talking about whether or not a site is going to deliver in 5 years, we're doing it in the context of the MPPF. because that's a test we should be applying. And it's for where the council say it's going to deliver, they need to provide clear evidence. That needs to be clear written evidence. At the moment, I would suggest that the evidence before you is not clear evidence that there will be delivery of housing completions on this site. What you have is a refused reserved matters, you have an outline that's gone out of date, and you have a withdrawn application some 4 years ago. That is far from clear evidence. This is what you call a category B site now, I think, so it is for the council to demonstrate. Thank you.
Okay, unless the council got anything further to say, I think I'll take that one away with me in terms of the information that's been submitted. I'm going to then move on to evidence of estimated housing delivery on site, item 10 on NWS 12, the former British Gas Labs at Crooksmoor. In terms of this site, from the recent information I've got, there's no response from the landowner in terms of for 100% of the site, whether it's been available, from what I can see. So you've got it in the trajectory at 2035, 36. So I suppose my questions are obviously based on that further update. Is there a reasonable prospect that the site is available and could be viably delivered at the point envisaged? And obviously in terms of where you've put it in the trajectory, are the site constraints and viability issues that would prevent the proposed development of 76 units at the time anticipated in the housing trajectory? I notice also that the permission, you saw that it's been implemented, but obviously you said that it's obviously suspended. What convinces the council that that this will still go ahead in the plan? And what evidence is there for the key milestones being delivered in that time frames?
Thank you. Yes, so NWS 12, the former British Glass Laboratory. So you're right, planning permission was granted in 2005 for 76 units, and the site has been cleared with development has commenced, but as you stated, has now been suspended for a number of years. We have contacted the agent previously involved, however they couldn't provide any further details regarding a timescale for recommencement of construction. The site does remain as an allocation, as we do consider it's an optimal location adjacent to Sheffield University campus and amongst neighbouring housing. And we believe the type and scale of residential development should be delivered as approved. But we do recognise that since the 2014 call for sites, we've had no further confirmation from the landowner or the previous agent involved with the scheme, which is reflected in our delivery year. But just to reiterate, again, it's an optimal location adjacent to the university and existing housing.
Mr. Volo, if you want to come in now, thank you.
Thank you. You've already touched on availability. So we would say that not only it is doubtful that the site is available now because it was brought forward to the council in 2014 as part of the call for sites, but not during the call for sites in 2019. We would also doubt that it's viable because, as mentioned, works have started after it got planning permission in 2005, but it hasn't been completed, it hasn't been built out, and we would also doubt that it is a deliverable site, because if you look at the planning history, it has clearly a track record of being not delivered. It had planning permission in 2005, but then it wasn't taken any further. Start on site was made, yes, but it hasn't been taken further. A call for a site, it was brought forward. It was brought forward to the council's attention in 2014. But again, this is 10 years from now. So if you go back in time 20 years, it has a track record of not being delivered. And apart from that, compared to what it was 20 years ago, now circumstances have clearly changed as well. So there are additional costs, there are additional constraints, basically, in developing this site, which is, by the way, a very small site. It is less than half a hectare in size. And these constraints, which I touched on, are new requirements like biodiversity net gain, for example. There are also additional costs in terms of S106. And all these arguments taken together, we very much doubt that this is the right site to be allocated for housing. Instead, we would suggest it would make much more sense, basically, to extend the university and college zone, because next door, as you are aware, there is the existing Goodwin Sports Centre and the facilities. We've got the management school just up the hill a bit further, which is part of the university college zone as well. And extending this site basically would be a logical extension to the premises of the university. And there, going forward, there might be interest from the University of Sheffield for that site as well. And it would just make sense to include that remaining piece basically in the university and college zone. So all taken together, we would really ask the council to reconsider this housing allocation because it hasn't been clearly delivered, but instead to extend the university and college zone. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just ask the council to come back on this, in terms of obviously this particular site, whether housing is reasonably going to be a reasonable prospect at this site, given the issue in terms of trying to clarify its availability, viability issues, in terms of obviously the point at which it's envisaged. There's obviously quite a number of constraints that have been highlighted in terms of this site. So it's just whether, obviously, in terms of whether the council are convinced that this will go ahead really as proposed and also within the time period itself.
There are obviously some commercial sensitivities here. The site has got extant planning permission for residential development, which has been implemented, and we've already pointed out is in a high-value residential area. There is a landowner who owns the site who other parties, I understand, have spoken to in the past, potentially even the university, and the landowner isn't willing to release the land at this point because they do anticipate it coming forward at some point in the future, albeit that's difficult to evidence at this point in time. But there are sort of commercial sensitivities around reasons why the site's not coming forward, but other parties seeking to acquire the land to develop have not been successful in doing so because of future intentions for the site.
And in terms of those discussions, are you confident that, from what the council are obviously aware of, that the plan that you're proposing within sort of the latter period, can that be a reasonable prospect for that, in terms of that site for housing as proposed?
From the information that we're aware of, and yes, absolutely, I'd be 100% confident that that site could be delivered within that time frame for housing.
Mr. Tuxvalia.
Thank you. So as we just mentioned in terms of availability, so it is clearly at the moment it is not available, and we are working on a new local plan and we want to get it adopted, and the council wants it to get adopted. So we can't see how the site can be taken forward and still be allocated in the local plan when it is not available at the moment.
So before we move on from this one, may I just re-clarify that it is indicated as being in year 11 of the plan, so it would need to be available at that point, not necessarily today.
Mr. Bolton?
Just to be fair, I understand that the council tend to put or suggest that sites that don't meet the criteria just go back later in the plan. I don't think that's the way it's meant to work. If they don't meet the criteria, then they don't form an allocation. And I think in this case, where we've got 2004 to 20 years of the site being on the brink, it could have been developed at any time in those last 20 years. With the landowner, it's not come forward. For the suggestion even to say it might come forward in 10 years' time, there's no evidence of that really. As the council rightly said, they say trust them, but unfortunately, your job is to produce an evidence-based plan.
Okay, I've heard both sides of the argument. I'll take it away and I'll make a view on relation to this. Obviously, the issue of evidence is a key factor in relation to my sort of thinking on this one. So it's something I'll need to take away. Obviously, from what you've given me information later, obviously I do have concerns in relation to this particular site, whether it can be delivered. But I'll reflect on basically what's been said. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to just run through just the remaining sites in relation to the Northwest area, and then we'll have a break. After at the end of this, basically at the end of the agenda, before matter 11, have a break at that stage if we could. So if, again, in terms of obviously the council updates in relation to the sites that are covering item 11, there's been obviously a change from what was provided in the September trajectory in terms of for sites NWS 10, 11, 13 and 16. In relation to sites NS 10, which is the land at Alterbridge Lane and Platts Lane, you've indicated that it's obviously going to be later in the actual trajectory, 2030-31, to start, I think, with 35 units. What I guess I'd like to say, and obviously I think you've indicated in your latest information that it's 100% available as well, as so obviously you could confirm that. So originally, obviously, in the first year, 5 years of the trajectory, but now obviously in 2030-31. I suppose what I wanted just to, you mentioned in your the information you provided that there has been planning activity in the short summary provided. I just could clarify what that is, and also basically what progress is made in relation to, say, technical assessments on the site in terms of trying to progress the actual proposals on this site, as they'd be one of sort of the key starting points as a milestone I'll be looking at. So if just in relation to NWS 10, if you could just give me an update, thank you.
Yes, certainly. So NWS 10 land at Outerbridge Lane and Platts Lane. You asked about recent planning activity. So that is in reference to a previous application on part of the site, which was refused in 2020. But perhaps I'll just provide a bit more information around that. So the site is part owned by a housing developer who submitted the site in 2020 as part of the call for sites, confirming availability. There are commercial buildings currently in employment use on the site. However, the site is in a very strong market area, and the previous planning activity, being the planning application that was then refused, does indicate an intention to make the site available over the plan period. So the site is constrained by the absence of a pedestrian access over the railway bridge, and this was part of the reason for the refusal, the only reason for the refusal in 2020, and no other constraints were identified on the site. A separate footbridge could be delivered, which could provide a safe route for pedestrians and cyclists to the site. Network Rail have no in-principle objection to a footbridge crossing the rail line. And as part of an adjoining housing development, land has been reserved for this, and a connecting footway provided to allow a footbridge to be constructed, which would serve the allocation. So this just gives a bit of detail as to why the proposed completions has been moved outside of the 5-year supply. So the site is available, but it's the constraints which may require just a little extra time in relation to the footbridge.
So you mentioned obviously there are existing use on the site that's been taken into account, obviously, presumably in terms of the trajectory, and obviously any technical work that's been undertaken. Presumably, as you say, is there any sort of indication when an application might be submitted in relation to this particular proposal or this particular site from the actual developers at this stage?
So just on your point about existing uses, just to be clear, that's only on part of the site. And in relation to an application, at this moment in time, I don't have that evidence in front of me. And the information was based on the 2020 call for sites. So you are right. If an application were to come forward with the lead-in times being a bit longer, it would have to be in 27, 28. But we have no information to say that that wouldn't be the case based on the previous planning history. I'll leave it there.
Mr. Bolton?
Interesting choice of words. We have no information that the assumption we made won't be the case. I think that's quite a long way away from the evidence you're looking for. We know this site because we actually have worked on this site and tried to secure planning permission on it. And there are two parts of the site. It's in 5 titles, but predominantly between the people who operated the refectories, which is a built form behind the site. And if you go and see the site, there's a grass area in front, which is where the ownership of the Redrow are. In many ways, it's a logical housing site. However, the difficulty we had when we were working for the client on this site was securing the crossing of the railway, the additional footbridge, both in terms of timing but also in terms of cost. It's an incredibly costly and timing process. And even though it's not a line that has a lot of traffic on it, we were still significantly restrained from producing a scheme or getting agreement of something that actually worked. So that's a key factor, and I've not seen anything in the evidence that actually suggests that has been resolved. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be within the urban area and it shouldn't be in the urban area and allowed to come forward for housing, but what I'm saying is is it doesn't pass the test at the present time of being a site that can either be delivered in 5 years or indeed be allocated until that fairly significant obstruction's been overcome.
Just being involved in that application previously, the challenge there wasn't the technical solution. The challenge there was bringing Network Rail to the table. Not that they weren't willing to engage, but around the process there, just bringing everybody to the table at that point in time to talk about how that solution could be delivered. It wasn't technical challenges around the solution. I think we're comfortable that the solution exists and it can be delivered, and obviously Network Rail are comfortable in principle. So I'm entirely sure that conversation would be a more straightforward one if it was to happen again under a new application.
Obviously, one of my early questions really about was technical assessments. Obviously, in relation to this crossing across the railway line, has there been sort of a site identified and feasibility work undertaken to ensure that that can be delivered? Is that initial work been done to identify that particular provision in relation to this site? So obviously the technical work can be fed into an application. Is that clear at this stage?
So as I think my colleague, Mr. Roden, said, they land on the other side of the railway line has been sort of secured or left free for the footings on the other side. So that's a significant hurdle that's been resolved, and that was resolved, I think, at the time the planning application was being looked at. As I said, I don't know, no detailed technical work has gone into it, but as I said, Network Rail are, this was in the officer's report in the decision for the refusal, that Network Rail were in agreement that a crossing could be achieved, but the detailed technical work has not been done.
It's not been done, did you say, at this stage? The detailed technical work, did you say, Mr. King?
I believe so, yeah, it has not been completed, no.
And how long would you anticipate that supporting work would, obviously in terms of the time frames for an application, you've got this at effectively year 6, haven't you, at the moment? Is that realistic?
I think going back to where we were discussing earlier, which was table 7 from the HELA as a starting point, because this is a large site of more than 100 units, the private site recommendation within that is 3 years for obtaining permission, provision of statutory services and ground preparation work, which would take you to year 3 of the plan, and we're indicating completions from year 6. That gives a 3-year additional period of time for hopefully post the plan being in place for those developers to begin to pull their plans together.
Mr. Bolton, have you got coming in on this again?
As you've been told, this site has been a site that's been looked at for a number of years now. It's in the ownership of a developer. They do not normally sit on land if there's any way of bringing that land forward, because they paid for it, it's costing them money. So my view is at the present time, while there might be technically a solution, there's always an engineering solution, it's whether that engineering solution will become viable and deliverable within the timescale of this plan. That's a question you have to ask. And at the moment, there's no evidence before you that it will. Certainly, our discussions were when we were looking at it, were how we could do anything to the existing bridge or achieve access without putting a brand new pedestrian bridge across, because that was the major problem that we were up against. And as correctly has been said, there's been no technical evidence produced on how that standalone pedestrian bridge could be delivered. So I don't think it passes the test at the moment. As I say, fully think it's if that's resolved, then it is a housing site, but it's not one that passed the test to be allocated.
From a technical point of view, I appreciate the work's not been done, but there is a landing point set aside and an in-principle acceptance from Network Rail, and pedestrian bridges across rail is a fairly common thing, so I wouldn't imagine there be any technical challenges around delivery there.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I've got enough to take on that particular site. Thank you. So moving on to NWS 11, which is the Hillsborough Arcade and site at Middlewood Road and Bradfield Road. So for my notes, obviously, I've got outline permission originally, obviously within the first 5 years in the September trajectory, now moved back to 2034-35. In terms of the landowner, the largest landowner, 45% of the site is available. There's been no response from the other landowners from the information that's been provided. So I guess the question is, as an issue just in terms of the as an expired outline permission, what changes have convinced the council that it will be delivered obviously as planned in 2034-35 obviously. Again, what technical work has been completed in land assembly, including any legal agreements between the multiple owners, and obviously given the issues about land availability, is it realistic that this site will come forward?
Thank you. So the council, we have received further information which is now in the October trajectory. So just to be clear, previously we'd said that we'd had responses from 3 of the landowners, but just to be clear, so those landowners weren't actually involved in the boundary of the outline planning application, because of how the site is. It's currently an arcade, so those particular landowners wouldn't impact on the boundary of the outline planning application. So we had 3 responses, but their responses in a way didn't relate to availability because we followed the boundary of the outline planning application. So the boundary of the outline planning application, we have received a confirmation from the agent who represents that landowner that they are seeking to dispose of the site. Sorry. Apologies for the delay there. So it's that information that we've then used to move the delivery to year 10, because that was based on information that a planning application at this present time was not forthcoming, but they are seeking to dispose of the site. But to answer your question, we don't have time frames for when a specific planning application would be due on this site. Sorry, just to be clear, disposed of for residential development. I've just been told to make that a bit clearer.
Just in terms of, obviously, because it's got an outline permission originally, do you know whether there was any sort of technical work or any sort of background work done that would support, any sort of development of this site going forward, and any sort of land assembly, or that may have been overtaken if the land is now being sold?
I can't make any notes on the sort of conditions or technical work, but it's worth noting that the application covered the end of a shopping arcade, effectively developing that upwards, and also a site behind it which has been cleared in readiness.
can I just add, sorry, that in addition, whilst we were chasing up with the landowners, so to speak, regarding availability, we did get information about that a number of, I think at least one of the smaller plots had recently been purchased, and we have details regarding that. So there is sort of movement in terms of land assembly, but I know we might be able to find a bit more information on that. But yeah, there has been some more purchasing, land purchases going on the site.
Yeah, that's obviously in relation to housing sort of purchases in terms of, is that what you're indicating in terms of the land, the alternative parcels?
Just sort of bringing it together in terms of land parcels, yeah.
Yes, as far as we can see, there's at least, according to our evidence, there's at least 17 leaseholders as part of the site. So depending on what their leases require, that would have to be overcome. It's again an outline that has occurred in 2019. It wasn't one that my understanding was it wasn't made by the owners. At least it doesn't appear to be when one looks at the names on the application, who the landowners are, and therefore we really don't have very much evidence that this site is going to come forward. It's a redevelopment of relatively large site, quite a few people holding commercial leases on it. That will be giving a revenue to the site. So I think one needs a little bit more than what we have here to suggest that the site is actually one that is likely to become available and viable within the time period of the plan. And we come back to the point about viability. This is an area where viability is an issue, and here we have a landowner with 17 commercial leases in place, so there'll be a value to that. So there will need to be, if you like, an internal discussion for the landowners to undertake about whether or not giving up those commercial leases in order to secure a one-off hit with, I think it was for residential development. I can't remember how many units it was for, but whether or not that actually makes commercial sense. And to some extent, I think you need more evidence if you are going to continue to include it.
Just, picking on that point about the multiple leaseholders, have you got details about the lengths of those, obviously the leases in relation to the sites on the site, when they are likely to run to? Obviously that information would be extremely useful in terms of evidence.
No, we don't have information of those leaseholders. I think just going back to the point that Mr Bolton made, and it's worth remembering the context of this site, which falls within a district centre at the end of a shopping precinct, and some land that's behind it would have involved demolition of that end of the precinct and redevelopment with flats above, effectively continuing to keep retail space at the ground floor. The largest of those retail spaces that currently is there is a two-storey Wilkinson's shop, which is subsequently closed as that company went into administration. So some of those leases that are underpinning the wider area in that precinct wouldn't necessarily be underneath the part that was proposed for development, but we don't have the detail of every one of those leases, do we? No.
But we have who the leaseholders are from the land registry. That's as much information we've got on the leaseholders.
I suppose for clarity, I suppose from our perspective, we need to have, certainty that obviously they, the sites that are that part of the site you're intending to develop, that is going to be free of, the leases within the time period that you're intending to develop it. So, if you have further information that in terms of those parts of the sites that you feel are going to be developed, if that information could be provided, so I've got a clarity on, you know, that aspect of it, then that would be handy. If there are obviously, if you're saying there's obviously existing retail developments that are going to be retained, etc. So just some clarity really as to if that is going to be a constraint in terms of the time period you've got. That would be a useful bit of information for feeding into my sort of thoughts on this site.
Yes, certainly, that's fine. I think that would aid you because it is quite on paper looks like a complex site with all the leaseholders here. We'll set that out a bit more clearly about what we have.
Thanks very much. Yeah, just to give me some confidence about that particular, the issues particularly that have been raised. So I'm going to just move on to NWS 13, which is Wiggins Farmers at Worrell. Now, again, another site where there is, at the moment, there's no active plan permission. Originally in the first 5 years of the trajectory, but now moved back to starting in 2031, 2030, 31, and then 31, 32. So it's obviously been moved back in the actual trajectory. Obviously, within your summary notes, I think you've included that it's 100% available, I think, from what you've indicated. But again, it's just obviously you've talked about planning activity on the site. And also, again, if I could just get any issues about any sort of work that's been undertaken by, in relation to that planning activity, any sort of technical work that might support the development of that site starting in 2030, 31.
Yes, certainly. So just to go to your first point about recent planning activity. So in 2019, there was an outline application and more recently a withdrawn application, which I'll just go into a bit more detail about for you. Okay, so yeah, recent application in 2019 for outline and more recently 2021, which was withdrawn but does indicate that the site is available. In addition to this, the site was put forward in the 2020 call for site submission. The most recent planning application that was refused and withdrawn was on grounds relating to non-designated heritage assets and listed buildings, which had not been resolved. However, the principle of development was accepted. So, given the importance of ensuring that a policy-compliant proposal is brought forward that takes account of these heritage impacts, heritage assets, delivery of the site, as you have pointed out, has been put forward back into year 6 to 7. So this gives in excess of a 2-year lead-in time for obtaining planning permission.
Bolton?
Yes, this is a site that we've previously been trying to bring out really since the 1990s. Unfortunately, it's been caught a couple of times with changes in planning policy. The most recent experience that we had with this site is the fact that the site cannot achieve access within land that's under the control of the major landowner. It's owned by a family, and that is because the council's insistence on retaining non-listed, locally listed heritage assets at the front of the site on the access point, which makes access unachievable from that point. The other access point is controlled by the council, and to date, the landowners have not been able to reach an agreement with the council in terms of bringing that forward. So it's kind of landlocked on one side by the council's ownership, and on the other side by the requirement to retain if you like, locally listed buildings, notwithstanding that the assessments which were done, albeit probably 5 years ago now, were suggesting that the buildings concerned were not of an importance and not of a state that could be retained. So again, it comes back to clearly a housing site, but one where current constraints or the current evidence doesn't kind of demonstrate how you can access it. That's covered in our Regulation 19, page 17 submission, if you want to make a note of that and get more detail.
Can I ask the council to come back on this issue of access to this site? Is it achievable? Obviously, Mr. Bolt mentioned some land ownership within the council's ownership. So, is there viable access to this site?
I'm just pulling up the relevant map so I can give you the full answer. 1 second.
I think Mr. Bolton's summary of the situation on the site is correct. We can provide more information from our colleagues around land ownership and availability, but my understanding of the conversations previously is that there's two willing landowners there, one being the council, to make it work. We've not managed to find that solution at this point in time through a planning application, but we could go away and provide a bit more evidence on behalf of provided through our property team around the willingness to work with the landowner to make that secondary access point that Mr. Bolton referred to available. Obviously, from a commercial point of view, the landowners would need to have that conversation, but that is, as I understand it, and Mr. Bolton's understanding is the same, I think that is an access that would work into the site and would unlock that site. So perhaps there's a little bit more evidence from our property colleagues that we can provide around our willingness to work to a solution there. But my involvement in conversations in the past, including with Mr. Bolton, is that it felt like both landowners would be willing to work to a solution.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Johnson, that'd be helpful if you could just add that to just your list of actions. It'd be just useful to get that sort of additional reassurance again from ourselves that we have got a viable access to this site, if that's basically something if you could look into. Thank you very much for offering that. So I'm just going to come on to my final site then, in relation to NWS 16, which is Dragoon Court, which is the Hillsborough Barracks site on Penistone Road. The site has a expired permission, full planning permission in 2022. Obviously, originally again in the first 5 years, now moved back to 2033-34, I think, from the latest information I've got. And also 100% available again based on the information. Just a question really, obviously in terms of the expiry of that permission, was that due to site constraints or viability issues? And I guess in terms of this site, I wonder if the council could just confirm that, please.
So the first update to give is that we've had information that a number of approved conditions have recently been approved in September 2024. Oh, sorry, submitted. So, which is showing that the intent to develop the site. So you're right that on paper the site has expired, but I think we might have missed a detail in that conditions had been submitted.
It's an extant permission. A number of submissions have been approved, which has kept that approval live. And a recent check included a number of extra ones that have been submitted last month also for approval of various details.
So we would like to propose that the trajectory shouldn't have been moved to year 9. It should have remained in year 3, which was 28 29, as per the September trajectory.
So just for clarity, so in relation to what you're proposing is that it would move back to as it originally was to 28-29 for 32 units, is that right? In relation to, in terms of the, so at this stage you're saying there's an extant permission, the conditions have been discharged, and that you anticipate, is there any sort of other sort of land assembly issues in terms of, is it purely just in one landowner? Obviously, I know you've obviously indicated it's 100% available. Are there any other legal agreements that need to be sort of dealt with before, that particular, any sort of other milestones that would need to be achieved before you're due to start on site and start first completion 28-29?
We can go away and confirm that information for you. I don't have that to hand at the moment. But I can confirm at the moment that you're correct. We would like to put delivery into 28-29, but we will go and provide that further information on legals for you.
Yeah, I mean, given you've obviously changed, it'd be just useful to have further supporting information along the lines of so I've sort of got sort of clarity again as to why it's been moved forward. But why you think it's achievable within the time frames that you've got. So it's in terms of obviously the discharge, they're just the obviously the key milestones, how they will be achieved in leading up to that. Any legal agreements, any sort of land assembly issues that need to be sort of resolved if there's anything in relation to this site. I just need to sort of get a full clear understanding so I can make a decision on this site. Okay, I think in terms of the agenda, I haven't got any other issues on the council's in relation to the Northwest, the latest council's housing site and availability. And is there anyone wanting to raise anything further on sites within NS based in the Northwest Sub Area? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think I missed my cue earlier when we were talking about employment sites, so I'll just take you back to the beginning. So, so I think it's very loud, isn't it? I think what earlier on, I think, sir, probably about an hour or so ago now. I think what we heard from the council was that there's a reduction in employment land in this area, broadly of about 10 hectares or so, I think I wrote down. And I think that's largely due to a site that they thought was, whether they'd incorrectly identified it for employment land, but I think the suggestion was that it was actually they were using gross figures rather than net figures. But clearly that shows that there's just a further reduction within the plan. I think you highlighted that obviously we'll come back to the overall employment land supply situation later on within further hearing sessions. Clearly what we set out within our submissions during Regulation 19, obviously that there weren't really any strategic employment sites within the NWS area. There weren't any identified. Now actually when you look at the Council's written statement for this session, so I think it goes even further than that. So not only are there reductions in site area, but I think when I looked at the local plan, pages 121, 122, which sets out the Northwest Sheffield Sub Area site allocations, it identifies the proposed use for each site, which sets out largely that, for example, NWS 02, which we were talking about earlier, identifies that for industrial uses. However, when you get through to their written statement I was reading, it says on page 5 for NWS 02, it says the site is within a flexible use area, due to this, B2 and B8 uses will not be appropriate on the site, as they would be incompatible with any future neighbouring C-class housing uses. Development of this site should therefore be limited to EG3 use classes only. Clearly that's a light industrial type use appropriate in a residential area. That's not meeting the need identified within the council's studies and even our own submissions, which highlight an even greater need for industrial and logistics and general employment uses. That goes on further, sir. I think what I've written down as well, when you look at it, within is the same for NWS 04. It says that should be limited to EG3, NWS 05, EG3, NWS 06, even though it's 0.64 hectares, EG3. And then when you get down to the general employment identified within that table identified on pages 121 and 122 of the council's plan, NWS 01 is identified as general employment, but when you get to the council's written statement, it says that NWS 01 is actually got planning permission for a food store with some limited other employment uses on the side. So that's clearly a mixed use site. So what that reconfirms to me, sir, is that there's a distinct lack of employment land within this plan. That which is being identified for industrial uses is actually not for industrial uses. So not only do you have limited supply and a reducing supply, what you also have is you don't have that location choice and range of employment sites on offer that the plan, that the evidence suggests is needed, that our evidence suggests is needed, and it's actually diminishing, sir, and the uses being identified can't actually be delivered. Thank you.
Could I ask the council just to respond on those points, please, really, just in relation to particularly those sort of changes in obviously that Mr. Rose has highlighted in relation to those sites. You know, this view that obviously you're diminishing the employment take in relation to particularly these sites.
Thank you. I'll make a start while colleagues prepare some thoughts on some of the other sites. I think Mr. Rose may have spotted an error on NWS 02, where that's denoted as an industrial site in Appendix 1, but we discussed that at length earlier, that site, which is intended to come forward as primarily a what sort of used to say recreational, effectively, use, and rightly notes it is in a flexible use area. NWS 04 and 5 are within flexible use areas and are indicated as being within use classes that would be not incompatible with nearby housing, and there's no error intended there. I think it's worth pointing out, as we did during the employment session previously, that the capacity for employment on the various sites incorporates a number of different uses, and obviously employment within use classes EG3 is as relevant as employment within industrial classes or those sites which may be, for example, suitable for logistics. I don't know if anybody else has got anything to add on particular sites. We're happy to take away the query about whether we've got the right denoted use on NWS 02 and whether there's consistency between Annex, get the right way around, Appendix 1 and Annex A in relation to that site.
Yeah, yes, if obviously that clarity can be sort of established really in relation to that site, so I've got a clear understanding. That would be helpful. Any other points you want to make in relation to Mr. Rose's comments at this stage? In relation to, obviously we'll pick it up otherwise. Mr. Rose, do you want to come back?
Thank you, sir. I think what that does is just reconfirm our submissions, sir, that Appendix 1 and the uses identified is misleading because it only identifies the difference between general employment and industrial. And I think actually when it comes down to what the council there is reconfirming that, that these sites which are identified as industrial, actually light industrial, they're actually a different type of employment, and actually where you come down to in terms of the needs identified, this plan is not actually meeting those needs that are being identified. So I think it just reconfirms our submissions around the lack of employment land and the lack of addressing B2, B8 type employment uses specifically within this plan. Thank you.
You could obviously, I think obviously be useful just in terms of you dealing with the action point to add a bit of commentary about how you feel it's meeting the employment needs. I think Miss Stevens obviously said it's obviously the light industrial is meeting need in a certain way, but if you just add some commentary in relation why this shift has occurred in relation to these particular sites, and then obviously how it's meeting your employment needs in relation to that note, that would be great. Thank you. Unless there's any other points, yeah, I'm going to have a break till it's nearly 11:45 now, so obviously the session's gone on slightly longer than I anticipated, so basically break till 12 and then come back then and we'll start with the Northeast Sheffield Sub-Area. So thank you very much. Okay, the hearing is now reopened. It's now to deal with matter 11 on Northeast Sheffield Sub-Area. We have two new participants. If you just introduce yourself, if you could please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is James Hobson from JEH Planning, representing St Paul's Developments.
Hello, it's Mark Aylward from ATP Planning, representing Derwent Group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item 14, which is just to do with policy SA3. There was some proposed corrections, I think, to the list of strategic sites in Part B of the site. I think I just said these are minor amendments for what as with others. So unless you've got any other comments to make, I've got no other issues in relation to this these corrections. Mr. King.
It was just obviously that the correction was to remove NESO9, which is the Rock Christian Centre, and obviously we're going to talk about that being actually deallocated later on as a site. So it's a bit more to discuss on that.
Is there any other comments on policy SA3 at this stage? Okay, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. Just wanted to pick up on Mr. Rose's comments that were made at the previous session in relation to matter 10. Just wanted to focus on the proposed employment allocations and the specific sub-area strategic employment opportunities. So there's 4 strategic employment opportunities proposed within this area. We don't think that's identified sufficient employment land within this sub-area, and there's a real unique opportunity here in terms of this sub-area falls within the junction 35 of the M1. So we don't think these sites that are proposed would deliver on this strategic opportunity. Essentially, those strategic sites are low grade, they're too small. We think they're unviable as well, and they're not cut out for delivering modern employment uses. Mr. Rose has already made the point about the evidence, particularly in relation to the logistics evidence, in terms of not delivering the shortfall that's been recognised within the Sheffield logistics study, which is EM30. So there's not only a general shortfall, but there's a specific gap in the market in relation to these large, I'm talking over 100,000 square feet of unit space. So I think the point that I'm really trying to make here is that this sub-area is a prime and optimal location to meet this strategic employment demand and also shortfall. And within the Sheffield logistics study, which is EM30, I'd draw your attention to paragraph 7.10, which talks about recommending the criteria for future large-scale logistics, and we don't think the council's kind of taken on board those criteria in relation to the sites that have been chosen as strategic employment sites. There's also further evidence in the updated employment land review, which is reference EM06, and I draw specifically your attention to paragraph 5.37 of that document, where it's talking about the future growth potential of the city, and it refers to a comment made by Knight Frank, having identified the demand for large units, and that will continue to grow. It specifically says the council may therefore wish to look at large level sites with good motorway access to capitalise on this demand, such as at junction 35 of the M1. So there's a clear signposting there to explore and use this particular sub-area as an opportunity to deliver on that strategic logistics growth. There's also in the strategic logistics study, there's a recommendation in terms of the criteria for identifying suitable sites, and they recommend a sequential order, and that sequential order starts, and this is at paragraph 7.14. It talks about the first sequential on that list is extensions to existing industrial distribution sites that are adjacent to the motorway and dual carriageway junctions, and that actually comes before the release of brownfield land in that document, and so there's a great importance put on location, accessibility, and the clustering effect of existing and future employment developments. So that's what I'd like to say at the moment. But so coming back to the sub area, I'm saying that it's failed in its chance to deliver economic growth in the locations that should be supported. Thank you.
Does the council want to come back on this particular in relation to this specific sub-area? Obviously, we've debated employment issues at a previous hearing, but just in general in relation to this sub-area.
Sorry, yes, just to confirm, you had already asked that we could come back on a commentary on how sites are meeting employment needs, and I guess the same would apply here. Also, just to note that we did discuss sort of the spatial strategy for employment needs in quite a lot of detail at stage 1, and indeed we're carrying out an additional piece of work under one of those actions, reviewing reasonable alternatives for employment uses in the IIA. Miss Orwick, have you got a you've got wish to come in on this as well, policy SA3?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just a brief point, really. In SA3, criteria now is referenced there to just kind of target numbers of homes and areas of employment land, and noting that there have been a number of sites that have been proposed for deallocation, through recent evidence from the council. I just think it's important to recognise that in order to hit those numbers there for homes and employment land, that the council needs to make best opportunity of the sites that are available to increase yields where required to hit those numbers. And that was it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. So I'm just going to move on to item 16, which is in relation to NES 19 and the residential capacity and conditions in relation to ecological impacts and mitigation. Just ask initially the council's views just in relation to the residential capacity proposed on this site, and then secondly the ecological impacts and development conditions in relation to ecological mitigation that are obviously set out in the development conditions for this site, whether they're justified.
Yeah, thank you. So we don't propose any changes to the capacity or conditions to take account of sort of ecological concerns. Further information on the extent of the ecological corridor which it's the Buzz Bingo site sits in will be provided when the South Yorkshire LMRS is completed. And additionally, any future developers' proposals are currently unknown. And through the design and layout type of future development, housing capacity may exceed the figure provided in the site allocation, despite the need to include an ecological corridor. So effectively, we are deferring to further work being completed within the NRS and any implications that has on the site in terms of ecological mitigation.
Okay, Mr. Orwick, I think obviously I'm picking up from your representations on the points that have you raised in relation to the site. If you want to respond, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. So obviously I've noted the appraisal and the reference to the site being deemed as an ecologically important corridor. Obviously we, prior to that point, we did put forward our site reps and we commissioned an ecological assessment of the site. And it was quite clear in the evidence which was attached to our representations that that there isn't any evidence that the site has ecological importance of itself. The council have just mentioned just now that they are planning to put forward a piece of work later that may come forward with some suggestions, but that evidence isn't before you today, sir. So I think the evidence before you and the examination is the site isn't constrained in terms of ecology. It's been a retail park for 40 years. It's been hard-standing buildings, concrete on the site, around the site, to all four sides. So it's really not credible to argue that it's an ecologically important corridor of itself. I would agree that there is a railway corridor within 100 metres or so, but there's a significant difference in levels and several very strong urbanising uses in between. I think the reality of that site being an important habitat is very limited indeed. What I wasn't clear about through the appraisal was whether or not that ecological constraint had been relevant to the council's yield for the site, because we've put forward we think the yield could be stronger than has been mooted through the trajectory. And through you, sir, if we can understand whether this ecological allocation or ecological importance has been relevant to the council's consideration of yield, that would be useful, sir. Thank you.
Get the council to respond in relation to that. I guess in terms of the points that have been raised, from my reading of the site assessment in CD 56, obviously for this particular site, in relation to impacts on ecology and the local nature recovery network, there seems to be a difference in terms of how it seems to assess ecology. In the detailed appraisal in CD 56, when it talks about mitigation, it says there's no significant impacts, and I just wanted to clarify what is the right, given obviously the evidence that's been submitted by Mr. Orwood in terms of the preliminary ecological assessment, which I've read in terms of supporting his representation. If you could just pick up really in relation to this particular site, what ecological mitigation are you looking at in relation to this site?
Forgive me, it's before my time, but I'll do my best. The condition requiring or referring to connective ecological corridors and taking account of them is a sort of a standard condition on development that's applied to a number of sites that sit within these green corridors, which the local nature recovery strategy is sort of building up and sort of developing further. So it's not necessarily about the ecological value of the site. It's the opportunities on that site to contribute to improving that corridor. So you might have a site that doesn't have any ecological value, but it's in a location where it could
improve the wider corridor through inclusion of priority habitats and that sort of thing. So, and obviously that, in a sense, could be delivered through biodiversity net gain as well, or should be. So it's not necessarily, the condition is not necessarily a result of the value of the site in itself, it's where it's located in a corridor. I think, and regarding the density, I might have to defer to a colleague on that, but I imagine it's more to do with the character of the area, but I'll defer that.
Yes, to confirm, the capacity on that site has been calculated with reference to the density assumptions in the HELA, which is somewhat lower than the capacity put forward by Derwent on there, which is somewhat lower than the capacity put forward by Derwent on their site. And the reasoning for that is simply due to the fact that the site, whilst it's near to bus routes, it's not near to a district centre or the city centre, so it's not a suitable location for significantly higher density housing. Obviously, unless there are particular justifications for doing that at a planning application stage. And as we indicated in a session 2 weeks ago, our capacities are estimated capacities, but where we don't have sort of particular figures that are with reference to an existing planning permission, they are based on our density policy, which is relevant in that area.
Ms. Hall, do you want to make any further comments before I move on? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the yields and parameters, my understanding is that in a site in this kind of location, the parameters are usually between 40 and 80 units per hectare, and the 24 that's been arrived at is definitely at the lower end of that range of parameters. And we've put forward in our representations 2 feasibility layouts that show one is a townhouse led scheme, which is actually at or around the 24, which is the yield that's shown in the trajectory. The other one is apartment-led, which is 45 units. So we say that the site can support a greater yield than 24 comfortably, given the location. You know, it is surrounded by relatively high bay retail warehouses. The resi that's in the locality is actually kind of the topography of the area means it's all much higher than the site. So it is a site that's got particular considerations which mean it can accommodate more height, and we've put forward those feasibility layouts, you know, except that there hasn't been a planning permission on the site, but it's certainly a site that could accommodate more than 24, and we'd say up to 45 we've shown could be feasible. So given that the council are looking to accommodate kind of high numbers in this sub-area and across the city, and we know that there's been deallocations proposed already, we do think it's important for the council to make best efforts to maximise yields where they can. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you for those comments. I'll take those away, thank you. I'm just going to move on to item 17, which is just the proposed modifications to sites NES 13, 22 and 28 to address impacts on sports and green open space. You proposed 2 sort of modifications, BG3 and BG5 in your document, suggested amendment document CD31. If you just briefly outline those for me, thank you.
Yeah, so the modification... I'll try again. Right, okay. Modification to NES 13, 22 and 28. All these sites are all adjacent to existing sports facilities or recreational playing fields, and representations from Sport England had requested that a condition on development be placed on those to ensure that the development does not jeopardise the operations of those sporting facilities, and therefore, and that's obviously in accordance with paragraph 187 of the MPPF. So those modifications were duly made.
I've got no further comments. They're main modifications, so if you just add those to your schedule, please. Just move on to item 18. Basically, obviously, you've got a list of other proposed modifications that I've listed. If you just want to just briefly go through those for me in relation to those, I can respond to those.
Yeah, sure. So modification to NES 01 is in respect to impacts on ancient woodland. This was the change was made in response to representations from the Wildlife Trust, who identified the site as being directly adjacent to Smithy Wood Ancient Woodland. Therefore, the condition that I think we discussed earlier of a 50-metre buffer around the ancient woodland is included. In terms of NES 09 and NES 20, that's the deallocation of those sites. NES 09 is the Rock Christian Centre. That has a medical hub on site, and we have received responses from from one landowner who owns 5 parcels, so a significant part of the site, and they have confirmed the site is not available. Therefore, we propose to deallocate NES 09. In terms of NES 20 and deallocating that, the site was identified for housing following the compulsory purchase of a part of the site in 2013 by the council. The council proposed to remove the strip along the southern edge of the site, which is in council ownership, that now has semi-mature trees on, so that only the remaining part of the site. We've had a response from the landowner of that area, and they have confirmed that the site's not available, so again we are proposing to deallocate that site. In terms of NES 10, so this is at Wordsworth Avenue and Buchanan Road. So this was recently, or December last year, was granted planning permission for a 3-storey medical hub. The council was the applicant, and the building will be occupied by the South Yorkshire ICB. Therefore, obviously the site is no longer available for residential use, so again, proposed to be deallocated. In terms of modifications to NES 27, which is at Dearlands Avenue, this site is directly adjacent to a local wildlife site, which is the Hartley Brook and Sheffield Lane Dykes local wildlife site. And they are proposing an additional condition to ensure that local wildlife site is not adversely affected.
Mr. Hobson, please.
Thank you. Just a query in relation to 18A, which is NES 01, and the requirement to put the additional condition in relation to the ancient woodland. The site already has planning permission for the employment uses on site, so it would have been picked up through that process. So I'm just querying whether that condition is superfluous for the process.
Thank you. Yes, there are a number of sites in the plan that have already got planning permission, and it's clear in the in the conditions on development that the conditions that are listed would only apply if there was cause for a new planning application to come in.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hobson. I've got no other comments really. I understand those, obviously the background to those particular changes. So they are all sort of main modifications. If you just add those each to the list of main modifications, please. Item 19, evidence to support the following list. There's a number of sites that I picked up on that the lead-in time has basically been changed. I think all of the sites are council owned. I think all of them are basically been moved effectively largely into the 5-year land supply. So I suppose if you just give me an update on the reasons for the lead-in time changes for those various sites that are listed in item 19, and then if we could just sort of then go through what evidence there is to support that the key milestones could be achieved in relation to delivery within the 5-year period in relation to those sites, please, what sort of work has been done, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take the 4 sites together because they're all part of the Sheffield Housing Company development programme, and they're known as a wider scheme known as Dearlands. So the total of all 4 sites is 89 dwellings. So the evidence to support delivery in the 5-year plan period is informed by the Sheffield Housing Company Programme Director. We've spoken about the Sheffield Housing Company previously, but again, I'm happy to explain a bit further if you'd like a reminder. So the evidence is that these 4 sites, known as Dearlands, are part of the current approved business case for the Sheffield Housing Company, which was issued to us in September as part of the trajectory. Just to go over some work that's happened to date. So each of these 4 sites have had something called an IPAN, so an informal planning advice note. So that's already been produced across all 4 sites, and that's done as part of the agreement between the council and the Sheffield Housing Company to prepare for planning submissions. We've had confirmation that planning submission is due in October 25, with permission anticipated to be granted in February 2026. The SHC Director has also confirmed that a start on site is scheduled for August 26, with completions to follow across all 4 sites together the following February in 27, and then final completions delivered in November 2028.
Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. Firstly, a question for you. My reading of this is that the funding has been secured for these sites. In other words, it's been allocated to these sites. It's not just the general funding you're relying on. The funding's been approved for these sites and these schemes. The reason I ask, obviously, is I'm looking at a statement of common ground which I did with the council in 2021, where the council's position was that the Sheffield Housing Company indicated that planning applications would be in 2021 and completions would be delivered from 2022 to 2023 onwards. It's not unusual that timescales slip, but they do, is my point. And one of the reasons for that could well be because of the issues regarding the structures on site and the extensive earthworks required. So the funding is quite important, I think, for these sites to understand that funding has been, the works have been undertaken. It's understood what is required to bring the sites forward.
So we have, again, written evidence from the Sheffield Housing Company Director, so this provides the most accurate and realistic forecast at that time. So we're happy to provide that evidence, which will give details of the funding in place. And just to be clear, these sites are cleared sites, and they've been part of the council programme since the former housing market renewal days of 2005. And they are confirmed in the land package with the Sheffield Housing Company. But certainly we're happy to provide the written evidence from the Sheffield Housing Company Director.
Yeah, I mean, if that could be provided, that'd be helpful in terms of just the evidences for that. So funding base is in place as for all these sites. The only other one I just wanted to pick up, obviously, on was that the NES 34, the site at Norbury to Cramtree Road, slightly different in relation to this, but yeah, if you could just confirm the reasons why this has been brought forward in the trajectory, please, and again, what key milestones have been, are likely to be achieved in relation to this site, whether it's sort of whether it's possible within the 5-year period.
Certainly. So NES 34, the site of Norbury and 2 Crabtree Road. So the site does have extant permission from 2019 for 14 dwellings.
There was a lawful development certificate on the site in 2022 to confirm development had commenced. The information that has moved delivery forward is information gained from the landowner, who responded and confirmed that the site is available for development. We were provided with the timeframe of 2025 and confirmed that the developer is working towards finding a funding solution to recommence construction of the site. We have allowed for a longer lead-in time based on this information, so the land is available and confirmed, but they're working towards a funding solution. So we've allowed a 3 to 4 year lead-in time, but we were informed that it could be sooner. And the site does have extant permission.
Bolton.
We do know this landowner, and I had a conversation with him recently, and I can confirm that is the case, and that the required conditions are also being signed off or are being signed off.
Okay, thank you for that input. Thank you for that. So we just move on to item 20, which is site NES 11. That is in the trajectory, later in the trajectory 2035-36. Obviously, it's the Line Works Hanley Road site, Hanley Street site. So obviously, looking at this, I think in terms of the information I've been provided with so far, obviously the latest information, 20% of the sites confirmed is not available, and there's no response from the remaining 80% of the site in terms of availability. Obviously there's an expired permission in relation to this site. I think there's an expired permission, 2018 is now expired. I just wondered, in terms of obviously this particular one, are there sort of significant site constraints, or viability issues, and obviously why are the council convinced that this will be delivered, given the issues that have been raised on this particular site?
Yeah, certainly. So the site, as you said, it is in multiple ownership, although the buildings are in a single ownership, and it was the buildings that were subject to the recent planning permission, which expired recently. The allocation is actually across the entirety of the site. However, the expired permission on the building element, which is in single ownership, does show that the site is suitable for development. And the reason why we put the site still forward for an allocation is because it is a key site which requires intervention on a historic building. So it's remained as an allocation to allow for renovation of a key historic building. So to allow for the site to remain as an allocation, we have again taken a cautious approach to allow for further land assembly for the remaining parts of the allocation. And as we've stated before, the council do have a strong track record in land assembly, especially on such a key site with a historic building on.
Given just it's a bit obviously the heritage elements on this site, obviously the line works and stuff. Has there been any technical work undertaken as part of those applications that would sort of support obviously the development as proposed, for a residential development as proposed as part of the actual scheme, whether that's available?
I don't have that to hand, but we can provide that information.
Mr. Bolton.
We have a site here, or an area which is in multiple ownerships. We don't know whether the people who are owners who actually want to bring the site forward or are prepared to work with each other. We have a serious constraint in terms of a historic building. We don't know what clearly needs to be retained, so we don't know what that is. It's in an area where we know normal sites are unviable and require intervention. So clearly with this site you need to be aware of where the funding is coming from and where the intervention is coming from. Now, reading between the lines of what's being said is it's being made an allocation so it can be later followed up with a CPO in order to combine the site and then bring the site forward. That would seem to be the only way that it is going to come forward. But if that's the case, then it needs to be much, much clearer in that that's the policy that's being pursued. And if that's a policy that's being pursued, it has to be justified in terms of the criteria to justify a CPO. And I don't think any of that evidence is there at the present time.
Just to be clear, we've not used the word CPO for this site. I think, bearing in mind, constraints or opportunities depending on how you want to look at heritage on a site, but there are opportunities through Historic England funding, for example, to help realise developments such as this. And again, I'm sure we could point to different difficult sites across our city and our city centre that have been delivered, be that through private developers or with some funding such as Historic England. So in terms of this particular site, certainly challenging. The ability for it to be delivered at the point envisaged is not an unreasonable one in the context of where it is in the trajectory. But yes, it will inevitably be one that will be difficult to bring forward and something that will require, I would have thought, some intervention and support, be that through the council or a body such as Historic England.
Just the point there, Mr. Johnson. Obviously, I appreciate what you're saying. Obviously, in terms of this whole point about availability, obviously, the breakdown appears to say 20% is not available. Obviously, on other sites you've looked at that are not available, you've sort of taken a view not to put them forward. And I just wonder why you've sort of taken this view on this particular one. To take a different approach. You've obviously got no response on the remaining 80% of the site. So I'm conscious that I appreciate it's a difficult site, but it is one that is sort of needs to be there needs to be more evidence to support it.
I think so. On this particular one, it's the fact that it is a historic building, and I think the council sees that as it's allocation provides a mechanism to help secure developer interest, but also attract funding from Historic England and other bodies if necessary. So I think the allocation can serve to help us secure that funding to deliver the building in the longer term.
At the moment, there's no funding stream available as such at this particular point in time for this particular for an aspiration to sort of develop this particular proposal or this scheme as residential.
I think so. When we are looking a long way ahead, and it's very hard to be certain about funding. But we know the council's very clear. This is a building that the council wants to see retained, and I think allocation, actually can serve a really important purpose in helping us deliver that. But recognising it is long term, but allocation does serve a purpose here. So.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll take that away with me, the points that have been made in relation to that site. Okay, so just moving on to item 21, just in terms of the council updates in relation to 3 sites, NES 15, 25 and 30, there's obviously been a proposed change in the lead-in time for sites NES 25 and 30. If the council could just take me through those. So I suppose if we just go to, if we start with NES 15, and just in terms of chronological, I think basically if we go to NES 25, because obviously there's a change there, so you've moved that from within the 5-year land supply to 2030-31. There's no response in terms of from 100% of the landowners on this site in terms of availability. So as outline permission from the information you've given to me. So it's just really a question of, obviously the site's stalled. Is there any other site constraints or viability issues that have, resulted in this particular proposal not coming forward? And what evidence is there that the milestones can be achieved on this particular site at Abbeyfield Road and Holtwood Road in the S25?
Thank you. So the reason for the move-in delivery year was based on information from the agent. So just to be clear, the site does still have extant outline permission for 12 apartments, which expires in November 2025. There have been some recent reserve matters applications, albeit they have now expired. So the agent very recently confirmed that the site has been sold. So this was the basis for the change of the delivery year. However, we are still of the view that the site is suitable, and it was just we haven't had time to follow up with the new landowner following the very recent information.
Thank you. So just moving on to, let's go to NES 30, the St Cuthbert's Family Social Club on Barnsley Road. There's obviously this is a live application on the site. I think you've moved the trajectory to 2030, 31, and just give the latest update. And obviously, I noticed the actual, if you just give me an update, basically, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. So the site was sold, as we understand, in 2023 and is now subject to a new permission that was submitted in July 2024 for 20 apartments. The application is live, so we have taken a slightly more cautious approach by delivery estimated in year 6, although we are led to believe that this could be a lot sooner.
Thank you. Just going to NES 15, which is the first one on the site at Grimesthorpe Road. Just if you could give me an update on that particular site. Why, I suppose that obviously, I think you've moved it, it's obviously in 2030, 35, 36. There's no response, I think, from the landowners on that site. Is there any sort of reason, is there any technical work? I think it's quite a difficult site from what I recall from visiting the site. Is there any sort of site issues why it's stalled effectively and technical issues that might be holding this one up? And obviously I think there's a reference of multiple ownership as well on this site.
Yeah, so the site does have extant permission with 14 units already built. So there's 19 units remaining, which does show a clear market interest in the site. You are correct that there has been no recent response from the landowners, which is why we have taken the more cautious approach of the delivery estimate. But this is based on the fact that it does still have extant permission.
Bolton.
My take on this is the fact that the 19 with extant permission have not been built out is an indication that there's an issue with the site, and that needs to be fully investigated. Rarely do developers get halfway through a site and stop if they're making money. It might be to do with the issues of ownership, but at the moment, I don't think there's enough evidence before you to conclude that this will continue to deliver, especially when you have nothing back from the landowners. And a point I'll make at the end: all these sites are in an area where viability is an issue. We know that the council's own evidence tell us that you know, all the sites all the NES sites are potentially unviable. So the reasons why things may stop or not come forward might simply be a viability issue. And that comes back to the point that I have made earlier on in this examination, that you can't submit a plan where a whole load of sites are deemed to be unviable by your own evidence without actually then bringing forward new evidence on the viability of those sites on a site-by-site basis. And I think there's quite a few sites within this group of sites whereby we haven't heard any evidence about their continued viability, and that's required even if it's a Category B site.
Just ask the council, just on this particular one, I mean, obviously, given the site is sort of stalled and stuff, are they sort of site constraint issues that are causing this particular issue in relation to a part of the site obviously not coming forward? Is there sort of underlying issues that, in terms of the evidence you've got as to why this site is not being brought forward in terms of as originally proposed? Why there's been a break?
Well, I visited the site as part of our monitoring back in June, and it's part of a sort of a long, called it a terrace development, of which the last bit hasn't been completed, and I can't see why there's any physical, technical reason why it hasn't been delivered. So it could perhaps be we're only speculating really in terms of why the rest of it hasn't been. Until we hear from the landowner, we're purely speculating, but it may be a landowner issue. But there doesn't seem to be any sort of physical constraints, you know.
I'll take the information away with me on that one, I think, to review that. So just moving on, I think we've got item 22. There's obviously a whole raft of council-owned sites, really, I guess, that are within the actual, that are put forward. Obviously, the later, I think, largely in the trajectory. I suppose it really is there any indication? Obviously, there's an indication on one or two sites that there's reference to a draft programme. But obviously, is there any indication that these are going to form part of any council programme that you've obviously mentioned, and whether there's any sort of key constraints that might, or key constraints in relation to these sites that might hinder their development later in the period?
Thank you. Yeah, so just to reiterate what we said previously, so all these sites are council owned and confirmed by our property services who reflect the views of the landowner that these sites are available. I'll go through a few of the sites that you've listed individually just to set out if they are in a programme or any of the constraints. So where there is a confirmed programme, we have set out specific marketing or lead-in times for these sites. If there isn't a confirmed programme, we have confirmation from property services as landowner that the sites are available in the plan years 6 to 10, and we can provide written confirmation of this if that would assist. So starting with NES 13, currently this isn't in a confirmed programme. However, the site has been part of the council's land portfolio as part of the housing market renewal work, and it's had previous extensive consultation on this particular site. So again, we've had confirmed clarification from property services that it would be delivered in years.
Could I just ask in relation to each one, Ms. Ray,
yes,
whether you've had, is there any sort of been a firm committee, decision on each of these sites as well, in terms of just to say that the sites will be sold or marketed for housing? Is there sort of somewhere I can look at to say that these will, in each of these cases where they are later in the programme, if they're either within the draft programme or not in the draft programme, is there somewhere where the evidence points to that there's a firm commitment from either a committee decision by the council to show me, that these are sort of sites that are going to be put forward within the timeframes as well?
So for some of these sites, there won't be a confirmed committee decision. However, as being put forward as an allocation in the local plan, that decision was made that they would be available for development in those timeframes when full council approved the local plan and site allocations. We can provide in writing confirmation from property services who are authorised as council landowner to authorise that these sites are available and will be disposed of within that time frame. A lot of these sites are all originally in what I've previously referred to as housing market renewal master plans. So we certainly have those documents as evidence. So that goes back as far as 2005, 2009. So a lot of these sites were cleared and disposed of and consulted on as part of HMR master plans. I'm just skimming down the list of sites quickly. And as we say, quite a few of the sites are in draft programmes for disposal to housing associations. So that is currently draft, but again, we can provide written confirmation from property services who are authorised to relay that these sites are approved for disposal within those timeframes.
Yes, again, I mean, I appreciate that would be just useful evidence for confirmation that they are going to form part of a programme, and obviously that sort of written approval from the property services, that would be useful in terms of giving us additional evidence to support your stance in relation to these numerous sites. That would be helpful, thank you. Okay, and Mr.
Yes, I mean the test of whether or not a site can be put in as an allocation goes beyond the fact that it might just be available. It does need to be viable, and as I say, these sites all fall within a area which the council have identified as having significant viability issues. We've seen when we've looked at the earlier ones, these council-owned sites do need specific funding to bring them forward. That funding is not in place. So I think you do need additional evidence, not only about when they might be released, but also in how the funding will be secured to provide for their delivery. Without that, I don't think they warrant being allocated, to be honest.
Evidence includes a track record of delivery through different funding streams, and we've got that track record through the housing company or through our own sort of delivery program. So that's a key point of evidence from our perspective, which is track record. But of course, we can highlight where potential future funding streams come from when we provide more information, but we're comfortable and confident around the delivery of those sites, and as I say, previous delivery of similar sites is a key piece of evidence there.
I have highlighted to you previous documents where promises have been made about delivery of sites and funding of sites, and they've not come forward. So it's maybe a matter of timing, but again, in submitting a plan, the plan was meant to be submitted as sound. The evidence that these sites meet the criteria of being developable at the time of submission should have been met then. Being asked just to rely on a generic track record isn't sufficient for you to include specific sites.
Again, we just point out these are sites for years 6 to 10 of the plan. You know, they need to be, there needs to be a reasonable prospect of them being available at the point envisaged, which clearly there is. And from a viability point of view, track record does play a part, as does a clear sort of clear programme of delivering through different funding mechanisms. And Mr. Bolton talks about sites that have previously expected to come forward. Well, sites have come forward and sites have been delivered through these programmes, and we can demonstrate that. And there's no reason, with willing landowners and programmes in place, that will change in the future. But certainly in the context of years 6 to 10 of a plan, we think our approach here is perfectly reasonable.
You know what the test is you're applying, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. I haven't got any other comments at this stage on those sites. Basically, item 23, are there any other sort of issues that anyone wants to raise on the council's latest housing site availability information?
Yes, sir. In our Regulation 19 submission to you, we highlighted that all the sites in this area were potentially unviable, and therefore, where viability has not been demonstrated on the specific sites, I would ask you to seriously look at whether or not they do meet the test of being developable and should be still included. I don't propose we should go through all those sites now. There's a list there in our Reg 19.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Rose, you wanted to raise a comment, is it? All right, okay. Yeah, okay. Any other comments? So, yeah, Mr. Rose, you want to come in and hear them?
Thank you, sir. It's just a bit of just reviewing, sir. So, yeah, obviously now for this session, sir, representing Strata Homes and Ruler. So my comments relate to housing and employment now, sir. So just a few thoughtful comments, as we've obviously just gone through and had a look at both housing and employment sites within this sub-area. I think what you've heard and what you've seen, sir, is that the housing's, just turning to housing to start with, is that housing supply is obviously diminishing, sir, as we go through this sub-area. Clearly sites are being deallocated. Sites obviously have issues. There have been sites that have been pushed back in the plan as we're going through. So it's back to the points that were raised earlier, not last week, the week before, and obviously at earlier sessions. So obviously we are looking at an urban capacity approach, an approach that doesn't meet. Is it? I was waiting to evacuate the building. That's all right. So I think it's an urban capacity approach, an approach that obviously doesn't meet the housing need. The housing requirement doesn't meet the need, and clearly we're looking at a very constrained approach. Now that sites are being pushed further back, sites are being deallocated. Clearly, sites are available, sites are suitable. Those sites have been put forward. Clearly, we're awaiting the further work that the council is undertaking in terms of those sites. Clearly, those sites are in the green belt, but we obviously have to have one eye now, sir, on actually achieving the needs of the authority, sir. So I won't mention those sites specifically, but obviously those have been put forward and they are available and before the council and yourself. Now, turning to employment, I was having a nice look through some of that. Clearly, you've seen our submissions to Matter 5. If I direct you to that, where we have reviewed those sites, those that we feel that could potentially have been considered as strategic, and obviously we've highlighted within there issues with those sites that there aren't sufficient strategic sites, and within this sub-area, and this sub-area is obviously closer to the motorway and closer to the strategic road network. If I direct you to NES 03, which is land to the west of Blackburn Road, that's been put forward at 11.12 hectares. What we've highlighted here is that it's unlikely to come forward for strategic logistics. The site is narrow, the site is awkward, you've got to go through 2 low bridges to get to the site. It's also located in the flood zone. It would require significant new infrastructure investment. So that site, sir, has previously had some form of planning permission actually on it, and it's not actually come forward. So there's clearly issues with that site. It's more likely to come forward a bit piecemeal, and we think it's probably more longer term. So there's issues with that site. NESO 4 is below 5 hectares. It's not strategic in terms of scale. It's a gasworks site. But also I'd like to direct you, and I think we had a bit of a conversation about this a couple of weeks ago. The site has been flagged up in terms of the extra conditions in terms of the EA, in terms of the level 2 strategic flood risk assessment. So it's got some flood risk issues. It needs further modelling. It's only 3.9 hectares in size. There's clearly some significant constraints and some significant issues. NESO 5 is only 2 hectares in size, so it's very small, can't be considered for strategic employment. And again, it's got that flood risk condition on it, sir, so it requires further modelling. Again, it's only small in size, so is it really actually going to withstand such an approach? And again, NESO 6, the Council's written statement for this hearing session, highlights that a portion of the site is actually coming forward, or there's a planning application in for battery storage. So again, it's only 1.42 hectares according to the Council. So again, constraints and issues. I do wonder, sir, back to NESO 4 and 5, obviously the discussion earlier around the confusion between gross and net is whether actually those are net areas taking into account any flood risk issues or actually their gross figures. We then get down to NESO 1, which has come forward as a strategic employment site, but there's only, when we did our updated evidence for matter 5, we only turned to 2 plots remaining, which comprise 3.5 hectares. Again, that's not of a strategic sale going to address the needs that have actually been identified, sir. So that is 2 relatively small plots left remaining on that site, which shows that Junction 35 is a desirable and marketable location. So looking at that in the round, sir, I think what you can actually see is actually even the diminished employment that's actually been identified isn't addressing the needs of the city as by itself and the strategic needs of the wider area. So what there's a need, that what this area shows is that what this shows is actually, again, there's a need for further employment land, sir, and clearly those sites have been put forward to the council and yourselves, and we're aware of them all, sir. Thank you.
Okay, unless you want to make any comments at this stage, the council.
Thank you. Yes, obviously we've reviewed Mr. Rose's written submissions, as I'm sure you have. We hadn't seen these sites being raised particularly on the agenda, but please do let us know if there's any particular queries that you would like us to respond to.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to take the information away with me at this stage, but thank you for your contributions. So I think obviously, unless there's any other issues on matter 11 now in relation to North East Sheffield, I'm going to conclude this part of the actual hearing. Have you got a Miss Orwood? Sorry, yes, if you want to, yep.
Sorry, sir. Just a brief one, really. On our site, NES 19, it refers in the appraisal, and it's correct. It falls within an area that's identified now as a flexible use zone. I did ask through previous sessions for clarification from the council in terms of what that allocation would mean in terms of the way it would treat other applications on the site there. It's dealt with in more detail through our representations in matter 21. So it's just really just a flag that I'd like to deal with that in more detail at that time, please, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hallwood. Yeah, that's something we can cover it unless the council got anything else they wish to raise. Basically, I'll just look to the council. Obviously, we were due to start the next session, I think, at 1, but obviously we've run over slightly in terms of this. So how long did the council want to break? Say 45 minutes, say 10 to 2, would that be sufficient for a break?
That's
yeah.
Fine.
Okay, so if we can reconvene at 1:50, and that will be on matter 12 in relation to East Sheffield. Thank you for everyone's contribution. Thank you. On the Sheffield Plan. My name is David Troy. I've been appointed joining with my colleagues Katie Chard and Rosie Morgan, who's with me today, to hold this examination to the soundness of the Sheffield Plan and produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regard to its soundness. The hearing session this afternoon will cover site policies and allocations in the East Sheffield Sub Area. However, as Sports England are here this afternoon, we'd like to cover a number of policy and site-specific issues raised by them on the plan at the start of the hearing, before moving on to the section on the East Sheffield Sub-Area. Before I begin, I just wanted to go through a few practicalities. Firstly, a reminder that the session is being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. This link is available on the Council's website. Local plan website. Hopefully everyone has seen a copy of the agenda already circulating in front of them. Can everyone just make sure their mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent during the hearing sessions? I just turn to the council just see if there's any other fire alarm or other practical arrangements this afternoon.
No, thank you. As per this morning, there are no fire alarms planned. So if you hear the fire alarm, it is a real fire, and we should make an exit down the main steps that you came up and gather together outside the jewellers diagonally opposite the town hall. Thank you.
Thank you. This hearing session will take the form of a structured discussion, which we will lead on generally following the agenda circulated. We'll invite people to speak at particular times, but if you have anything you wish to contribute a particular part in the discussions, please indicate you wish to speak by standing your nameplate on its end. When you are speaking, turn on the microphones in front of you and turn it off when you're finishing, putting your nameplates down. Does anybody have any questions at this stage? Okay, I'm just going to just ask the participants to introduce themselves, given we've got a number of new participants this afternoon. So starting with the council first, please.
Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the council.
Sarah Reid, King's Counsel and a barrister for the council.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for the council.
John King, Planning Policy Officer for the City Council.
Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager for the Council.
Johnson, Head of Planning at the Council.
Chris Hanson, Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Dave Maguire, Planning Manager at Sport England.
Chris Carroll, Planning Manager, Sport England.
It's on. Tim Waring from Quad, also supported by Greg Callahan from WSP.
Keith Jones from JLL, here representing Sheffield Forge Masters.
Roland Bolton of DLP Planning, representing Inspired Villages and Hallam Land Management.
Good afternoon. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Ruler Development.
Sorry, I didn't catch the name of the gentleman from Sheffield Ford Master. I just didn't quite catch the name, thank you.
Hi, so it's Keith Jones from JLL.
Thank you very much. So we'll just start the agenda. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Rosie Morgan, just to go through most of the matters on the matters relating to Sport England. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So just going to start off with the matters that have been raised by Sport England, and they don't all relate to the East area. I'd just like to note that they're just going to change the agenda around slightly for this afternoon. Just because we've got one site, ES25, and I'd just like to deal with that all together. So I'm intending to bring forward item 38 and deal with that after item 28 because they're all on the same site. So starting with policy GS1. Now we're going to deal with this in more detail in the stage 3 hearing sessions because there's been a number of changes and we've got various questions in relation to this policy which relates to development in urban green space zones. But there were some particular issues that had been raised by Sport England in relation to development close to existing sporting facilities, and there's a change proposed to that policy that relates to a number of the concerns that I think that have been raised in relation to various sites. So the change that the council's proposing to GS1 that I'd just like to talk about today is PS81, and that involves the addition of a new criteria to policy GS1 to say that development should not prejudice the use of a playing field and or outdoor sports facility unless adequate mitigation can be achieved. Can I just ask the council to sort of give the background to this proposed change to this policy then, please?
Yes, thank you. So since the publication draft plan, we've had a number of discussions with Sport England about various issues that they raised through their Regulation 19 consultation. And we've been working towards production of a statement of common ground, which is not yet published, although I have just received a version which is signed by Sport England. So in relation to this part of the policy, there was an issue whereby we acknowledged Sport England's point of view that where there are development sites near to active sports facilities, those developments shouldn't prejudice the continued use of that sports facility, primarily through, for example, issues of bull strike, which is what I think we'll come on to on some of the sites. And we determined that rather than simply putting a condition on allocation sites to that effect, which obviously wouldn't then be reflected, for example, where there are windfall sites coming forwards, it would be a more appropriate response to consider that within the supporting text to the policy and the policy itself, to make it clear that those aspects of urban green space zone which are laid out effectively as sports provision, where development that's adjacent to those shouldn't prejudice the continued use of those playing facilities or outdoor sports facilities unless adequate mitigation can be achieved. And we have worked towards a sort of a final or a version of the policy that's got that addition in it, which we can provide to you if that helps to see the flow.
Thank you, and yes, that'll be useful to have a statement of common ground when that's been finalised. So can I just clarify then? This change would be instead of having a site-specific condition on relevant sites.
That's right. Yes.
And can I confirm whether this is satisfactory to Sport England? What's your view on this proposed change, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we did agree a statement of common ground, but since then, unfortunately, we've been made aware of a number of playing field sites that don't necessarily fall under this designation. So we are concerned that that clause might only apply to playing fields captured within that designation, not to other playing field sites that might not be in that designation, such as residential zones or employment allocations or employment designations. So I think we would need to continue to work with the council to address them matters.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to ask that question about whether this would pick up all of the proposals when this issue was relevant, and whether all of the existing outdoor sports pitches are covered by urban green space zones, but it sounds like that's not necessarily the case.
Thank you. Without having an example to hand, I wouldn't be able to confirm that 100% of sports pitches are in urban green space zones or which other zones they might fall into. It strikes me that the title of the policy is related to development in urban green space zones. So there perhaps is a small amount more work to do to consider whether we need to rephrase that paragraph or that clause to ensure that it's entirely apparent that it is applicable to sports facilities or pitches wherever they lie. I think our intention was to make it a more streamlined approach such that it would pick up any site where that was likely to be an issue, rather than applying a condition simply, as I said, to site allocations, because clearly that risks meaning that there are windfall sites where we wouldn't be able to make that requirement, and we didn't want that to be the case. So obviously we are happy to continue having the conversation with Sport England about what the most appropriate phraseology is for that clause. It may well be that it's something along the lines of not prejudice the use of a playing field and or outdoor sports facility, whether within or without an urban green space zone, unless adequate mitigation can be achieved. But we would need to have the opportunity to sort of provide that alternative approach of wording.
Yes, thank you. It sounds like it does need a bit more thought and consideration. Obviously, this policy is one that we will come back to, so we'll have a chance to look at it again. And just raising it here really because it was obviously because you're here, and because it does relate to issues that have been raised in relation to sites. And if this was an approach that's going to be used instead of having a site-by-site condition, then just wanted to discuss it. But yes, that is something that I'd noticed, was that the policy as written, it relates to development in urban green space zones. So it wouldn't apply as written. It needs to make this work. That needs to be changed, doesn't it?
That's right. It's potentially going to require either an additional general development management policy that ensures it applies to all, or a rewording of the final clause of that policy to make it clearer. So I'm happy for us to continue that dialogue with Sport England in advance of the hearings later in the year, and provide a note on where we've got to on that.
Is that okay with you, Sport England, as a way forward?
Yes, ma'am, that'd be the best way forward. From our perspective, to continue to work with the council on a policy that protects playing fields, especially that clause as well.
Okay, thank you. So some of the other questions that I had were relating to these points. There was also a proposed change to paragraph 4.52, which I think that is a piece of text that comes before policy NC 15, concerned with creating open space in residential development. So that was just an addition to text. So, but again, I guess that all of these things can perhaps be part of those discussions. It's finding a sensible place in the plan to add this, that it catches all these developments, isn't it? I'm guessing that's what you're trying to do.
I think we felt in relation to part C of that question that those things were complementary, but we want to make sure, I think as Sport England do, that we've got the right coverage of the policy for protection, just making sure it's in the right place so that it flows well with the rest of the policy that it sits with.
Okay, great. So leave that with you then, and we'll come back to that issue again in the stage 3 hearings. Thank you. And there was another element of that proposed change to delete the final paragraph of policy GS1, but I think again we can probably come back to that, can't we, as part of the discussions later. Unless you want to comment on it now. It was just in relation to what's the final paragraph.
Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, I just think from Sport England's point of view, we would just like to ensure that there's a policy protecting all playing field sites in the city and not just in certain zones that might be designated. So, like I said, more than happy to work with the council on a standalone policy, which we think is necessary. But we're happy to work with the council on other options that they might be exploring.
Okay, so unless anybody else has got any comments that they want to make in relation to that matter, move on to the next agenda item, which is 27. And again, just while you were here, Sport England, I just wanted to confirm your view about one of the sites in the Southwest Sub Area, SWS 11, which is Abbeydale Tennis Club. There was a objection, I think, at the Regulation 19 stage, but to this potential allocation, which is on a site that it's a tennis facility, isn't it? Which forms part of a larger sports facility. Can I ask Sport England for your current view on your current position on this proposed allocation, please?
The tennis facility does adjoin onto a functional playing field, and we consider that the whole of the site is playing field. But in this instance, we was made aware that planning permission had been granted already for a development on that site, and subsequently we did further research where we did have an objection, but we later withdrew that objection on a similar development on that site. So in this matter, we have no further objections, but on that matter, we did request a planning condition for ball strike netting to be provided in line with a mitigation strategy carried out by a consultant that deals with ball strike issues. So we have no objections to the development of that site, subject to not having any prejudicial impact on the site in terms of ball strike and any other matters that might be considered at the planning application stage.
Thank you. And so the reason for the change of position was really because there'd been a previous application on that site which had been considered to be acceptable from your perspective.
Yes, ma'am. It was considered to meet one of our policy exceptions, policy exception 3 of our playing fields policy. So yes, after further review, we considered it acceptable subject to them conditions.
Thank you. And so the council then, in relation to the proposed condition, your view on this was that it was a general position, was it, in terms that you didn't think it was appropriate to add these conditions on all the sites?
It was a general position because we felt that by applying it to specific sites, we might lose the opportunity to have a policy approach which required it to be applied to any sites where that was required. I don't think we'd necessarily want to be dogmatic about it if you felt that it was in the best interests of delivering the site to have that condition applied specifically here, even if that's effectively duplicated by policy, then I don't think we'd necessarily have a concern about doing that, given the nature of the site. I think our cautiousness was more related to wanting to make sure that where we've got other sites coming forward that the same approach can apply, and therefore we felt it was more streamlined to have a policy approach, but it's one that we are quite happy to take away and consider adding if that is felt to be a sort of belt and braces approach there.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have a think about that in as a wider point. So it's just about avoiding duplication and being streamlined, really, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So can we move on now to item 28, which concerns site ES25, land north of Bowtree? Is that how you say it, road?
Bowtree.
Bowtree Road. Can I ask the council first off to just explain the sort of the background to this site and how it's come about as a proposed allocation?
The site ES25 off Bowtree Road is a former steel company sports and social club, of which we have quite a few in the city, as you can imagine. It's been disused for over 10 years. It was submitted as a call for sites, and we've also had some pre-app. We have had advanced pre-app discussions with a developer on that site. So it is a site that's available and we consider to be deliverable. I suppose, can I move on to the question of the sports facility and the impacts on that and our position on that, because obviously that's a critical issue for discussion. So the site, as I said, it's not been used for over 10 years. In 2018, we approved, or there was a prior notification for the demolition of the former sports and social club buildings, and they were demolished due to concerns about vandalism. Within that application, they stated that the buildings had not been used for 6 years previously, so we're looking at 2012 since the site had been used. We believe that given the condition of the site and its long history of disuse, that the site is no longer in existing sporting use and the sports facilities have been abandoned, and consequently paragraph 99 of the framework is not applicable in this case. If you'd like, yeah. I'll defer to our barrister.
It was just really in terms of this point about abandonment and the test for abandonment and whether something's in an existing use. The leading case on it is the case of Hughes, which can be added to the examination library, but essentially the question is whether a use has ceased, an activity has ceased for a temporary period, or the use itself has ceased with no view of resumption of it, and it's an objective test. So what would the reasonable, they say person, man, I say person, would conclude, having regard to all of the circumstances. And the court said there were three things to consider, which I think were just being addressed in factual terms by the council. The first is physical condition. The second is length of time or period of non-use. 3, whether used for any other purpose. And 4, owner's intentions, but those are to be construed objectively as opposed to subjectively. It's an objective test. So those are set out as relevant criteria, and it's, well, if you do want that added to the examination library, it's page 3 of the judgment, which sets out those as relevant criteria. So it's a question of fact and judgment, but looking at those relevant factors.
Thank you. Yes, obviously, as I said, the site is currently overgrown, and you couldn't tell it was a sports facility or old sports facility. As I said, it's not been used for over 10 years. Obviously, you haven't had any other uses on that site, so that doesn't really apply. But in terms of the owner's intention, we think obviously the application or the prior notification for the demolition of the actual buildings clearly shows or indicates that there is no intention to use the site for sporting facilities or sporting use. Notwithstanding that, if it is concluded that paragraph 99 does apply and that the site is still classed as a sporting facility, a recreational playing field, we just obviously emphasise the site is privately owned and is not publicly accessible, and there is no realistic prospect of the site being brought back into use for sports provision. And the current condition of the site and the absence of any likelihood that it would be used for sporting activities, we think is a material consideration when considering whether the site should be protected for sports or other open space uses. Whilst the playing pitch strategy, which is document OS01 in the library, identifies that there is an unmet demand for cricket pitches in the east of Sheffield, equally the open space assessment identifies in the east area profile an undersupply of children's youth playing space, so playgrounds basically. And obviously we're looking at a development that's going to deliver a playground because it would have to comply with the policy requiring 10% open space. It would also deliver 147 new homes. So we believe that those sort of benefits of that outweigh the harm and the loss of any potential sports facility which is unlikely to come forward. We also think that it's consistent with Part C of paragraph 99 of the framework in that it is delivering another form of open space that is accessible as opposed to one that isn't. Furthermore, in recognition of the site's former role as a sports facility and demand for cricket provision in the east, the developer has agreed to make a contribution to sports provision off-site.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Can you just set out what the facilities were on that? Do you know what the facilities were before it was unused?
I believe there was a gym on site. That was one of the physical buildings. There was a cricket pitch and a football pitch. And I think there was also a bowling green as well. It's not been used for some time. We'd have to go back on Google Earth for some period.
Thank you. Can I ask Sport England to set out your your view on the site and the potential loss of the former playing pitches?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sport England are extremely concerned with the Council's interpretation of the paragraph 102 and 103 of the MPPF, especially the potential loss of a site in an area in need for playing field land to be used for cricket, football, rugby. There's a whole array of sports, as demonstrated by their own evidence base, and as highlighted in one of their recommendations, G1, that clearly states that all playing field should be protected, even the disused sites. If the council take this approach, Sport England are alarmed in terms of what other playing field sites are being developed that we are not aware of, or the approach that they're looking at. We had a meeting with the England and Wales Cricket Board and Yorkshire Cricket Board yesterday, and they've said on that road and in that specific area they had lost 12 cricket pitches, and there is a dire need for cricket pitches in that particular area, which this area could serve. I'd just like to also add that the NPPF does not distinguish between private or public, or whether a site is disused or lapsed. And I have recently attended a planning inquiry where a site had not been used for a number of years and was considered to still be playing field land. You could go out, and I was there this morning as well, and I do not agree with the officer's interpretation of the site not being able to be used as playing field. It seemed to have been cut. It just needed, by the looks of it, you could probably take a rake out there and then mark out a pitch. I completely disagree with the interpretation that we've just heard.
It's deeply concerning.
Yes, go on,
deeply
please.
Concerning for us, ma'am, this issue of abandonment as well. It's not one that we've had applied in respect of playing field use. As my colleague has just alluded to, having visited the site this morning, there's a limited amount of work that really needs doing to it to bring it back into active use. Nothing that would constitute any form of development. The site is perfectly level. Application of herbicide, pesticide, bit of vertidraining, it would be good to use within a relatively short period of time. But let's just examine a little bit further the concept of abandonment in terms of playing field. So, if I understand correctly, the sort of it really gives tacit encouragement to site owners to lock the gates, keep users off, because the way Sheffield are interpreting Para 103 of the MPPF and this abandonment issue would give them licence to then come bring a site forward for development, and Sheffield wouldn't be looking to apply the paragraph 103 Test A or Test B. They would simply be looking for a small contribution towards off-site provision. So if I was a site owner, and I had ambitions to see the site developed, then I'd know exactly what I would do. And it's for that very reason that the paragraph 103 doesn't give any credence to whether a site's in private ownership or public ownership, whether it's currently used or it's unused. It simply is silent on the issue, and we've had 3 successive appeal decisions that have come to us in the last year that have touched on this very subject, and they have similar periods of disuse to the site that we're talking about today. So, as I say, I think the suggestion that the abandonment principle would apply here is deeply concerning for us and our ability to afford protection to playing field.
Thank you. have the council to come back on that point about abandonment?
Yeah, just in terms of abandonment, I mean, the starting point is obviously the wording of the policy, which applies in paragraph 99, because that's the version of the framework that we're dealing with, although I think the paragraphs that were referred to as Sport England are comparable in terms of the current framework. But in paragraph 99, it's the wording of that paragraph which it's the use of the word existing. So in order for that paragraph to bite, one has to ask whether the use is an existing use, which is not simply a question of whether a previous use could be easily resurrected or brought back into use. It's to inquire what the existing use of the land is. Now, that is a question which is a question of fact in any particular case. So it's not a sort of thin end of the wedge and failure of an ability to protect point, because it's a question of fact in any individual case, having regard to those factors that I set out earlier. So physical condition, length of time of non-use, whether used for any other purpose, and any evidence of the owner's intentions, and it's an objective test. So if, for example, someone fenced in a field or a playing pitch and the next day made an application for planning permission for a housing scheme, and the applicant that had fenced it in was, for example, a housing developer, one might be saying, well, that's not a site that's been abandoned. But it's a question of fact applying those criteria, and the council set out the reasons why it considers in these particular instances that this site does not have an existing use as a playing field. And that's been its starting point in terms of the application of the framework.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Would you like to respond on that, Sport England?
I'd just like to say, ma'am, that majority of the cricket and rugby union sites that we deal with, they tend to be in private ownership just because of the way they operate. So I think it's just a difference of opinion. I as my colleague said, it opens the door, in my opinion, for them, say, cricket sites, say if they have had financial difficulty, that they then sell the site onto a housing developer who then just sits on the site, lets it go to rack and ruin. The changing facilities get destroyed, and then we end up losing a perfect playing field to housing, when that playing field, there is a need for it as demonstrated in evidence base.
I think just a further point on the weight that Sheffield have given the fact that the site is in private ownership. By our calculations, there are 466 playing pitches in Sheffield, of which around about 20% fall within private ownership. Now, if Sheffield are serious about giving weight to disuse and this notion of abandonment, they're seriously putting at risk a significant proportion of their stock of pitches because they fall in private ownership. If they're saying that you know it's not really practical to afford protection to private sites because the owner has no interest in resuming sport there, then you're effectively making Sport England a toothless tiger.
Okay, right, thank you. Well, I've heard what you've both said in relation to that point. Oh, sorry, Mr. Johnson.
No, that's fine. I think it was just to pick up the point. There's a sort of a generic point being made about our approach to Sportsfield. I think there's a very, very small number of examples in the plan where a judgment's been made around the evidence and the points that have been discussed already. So it's just to re-emphasise, this isn't a wholesale release of privately owned sports fields. It's a very small example when we've looked at those cases, and Mr. King's already touched on the planning balance as well in terms of that judgment as well. So it was just to re-emphasise that these are exceptions in terms of what's being put forward in the plan for very specific reasons.
Okay, thank you for that. So that was in relation to the framework paragraph 99. So Sporting, you also mentioned the recommendation in the playing pitch strategy, and I picked this up as well about not wanting to. Was it G1?
G1. And sorry, ma'am, in my opinion, if they go against that recommendation, I believe that it's therefore contrary to paragraph 98 of the MPPF. So recommendation G1 of the playing pitch strategy.
Council, do you want to comment at all in relation to the evidence base and what it says in that paragraph of the playing pitch strategy about retaining or not releasing disused sites?
I think in advance of anybody else from the team wanting to make a comment, I think it's worth reflecting on what Mr. King noted earlier, that whilst we did acknowledge that there is a shortfall of provision for cricket in the east of the city, there's the open space assessment identifies that there's also a shortfall of more informal space, particularly for younger people. And this is an area of the city where there are quite a lot of big organisationally owned sports facilities which aren't available to the local people, but a shortfall of spaces that are available for recreation for people who are living in that area. And on balance, as Mr. Johnson referred to, we feel this provides a really good opportunity to bring some publicly accessible open space into an area of need.
Is the shortfall in this area in cricket, is that the major concern rather than other? Because originally on this site there were, you mentioned football pitches and bowling greens. Is your concern specifically over cricket, or is it all of the facilities that you're concerned about?
Well, if I can just pick up firstly the point about how the site was previously laid out. So aerial photographs showing the site in use indicate that it contained 2 cricket pitches, 2 bowling greens and 3 multi-use games courts. So those cricket outfields were also used for football during the sort of close season of cricket as well. So it was a very flexible, adaptable space. But I think it's probably worthwhile just reflecting on what the playing pitch strategy shows in respect of shortfalls. So the current position in respect of football is that there is shortfalls in respect of Youth 11v11 football, Youth 9v9 football currently, but at the end of the local plan period, so given the amount of growth that's going to take place in the East area, those shortfalls will grow significantly, but also then go on to include mini soccer. The shortfalls in cricket are quite spectacular, if I might use the word, ma'am. There are currently 151 match equivalent session shortfalls in cricket, and that, at the end of the plan period, is projected to rise to 253. Now, it's difficult to quantify what that exactly means in terms of the number of cricket pitches, because the capacity issue around cricket pitches relates to the number of wickets that a square in the centre of the pitch is able to accommodate. But an average strip where cricket is played, that can accommodate 5 match equivalent sessions a year. So if you have a table that has 6 wickets on it through the year, then that's going to accommodate 30 match equivalent sessions. So if you then look at that 30 and say, well, actually 30 into 253 shortfall match equivalent sessions, you're talking about eight cricket pitches that they're short of in the East, just in the East Sheffield area. And so it's quite a painful trade-off that the City Council's suggesting that, okay, you know, they're saying that we're losing a playing field site, but hey, we're bringing in a little bit of public open space. The magnitude of these shortfalls in the playing pitch strategies is something that we worked with them to highlight, and then they're seeming to discard them and their importance in terms of formulating planning policy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So the council, you've mentioned about potential off-site provision elsewhere. Have you had any further consideration about what that might be, or where it might be, in terms of mitigating the potential loss?
Thank you. I know that colleagues who are in our, I'm not sure what the team's called, the team that deals with open spaces and sport facilities, have been considering what options there would be for off-site consideration. But obviously that's dependent on, partially dependent on the conclusion that we draw as to whether off-site contribution is definitely required in the case of a former playing pitch, and exactly which location that would need to be in. So there's no certainty over an exact location for potential future provision. I think, just reiterate the point, I don't want to go back over points again and again, but this site has been in the ownership of an organisation that used it for sporting facilities, but they clearly have no intention of providing cricket facilities on this site. It's been well and truly not used for that use. So I think we're trying to plan positively here for the future of the city, and a potential step forward was to consider whether an off-site contribution could be utilised to ensure that there's a degree of additional sports provision made in respect of something that currently isn't contributing to the sporting life of the city.
Okay, thank you. Sporting Lynn, do you want to comment on relation to that?
I think if Sheffield were genuinely wanting to plan positively for sport and provision in the city, they would seek to apply the test B in paragraph 103 and replace the playing field in an equivalent quantity and quality. I understand the point that the current owner doesn't want to make it available for use, but if they were to allow it to be developed in accordance with that particular subsection of para 103, then we could have a replacement site that was available for use and was available to fulfil the obvious shortfalls in demand that the city faces.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody want to make any more further comments on that particular issue? We'll reflect on the comments that have been made, I think, and come back to you on that. But just turning to the other conditions on this, relating to this particular site that the council's proposed, in agenda item, moving to agenda item 38. Actually, it might be, yeah, so the first one, A, is evidence to support delivery within the first 5 years of the plan period. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, as I mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, we've had advanced pre-app discussions with a developer on the site. And we have an email from them confirming that the site is available and they are willing to or keen to develop it. Through those discussions, they have said they would like to submit a planning application as soon as possible. Obviously, there's these hearings, and they're very obviously interested in those and aware of those. This is currently occurring. So we have it down as coming forward within the first 5 years on that basis. We can share the email with you.
That's okay. So that's of the kind of scale development proposed. It was what, 147 units. That kind of quantum.
Yeah.
Okay. And so have you got a likely date when you're anticipating planning application?
They had I don't know how much I can say. I suppose they are willing to. They have confirmed that they would like to. They were looking at the autumn, so any time this year, so any time now. Yeah, I don't want to go too far.
And then just going on to part B of question 38, there was two conditions that we're proposing to change. Firstly, the first one was regarding the nearby hazardous installation. A proposed condition to require effective mitigation measures addressing the hazardous installation zone. Can I just ask how much of the site that covers, please?
It covers the area on the plan that is within the urban green space zone. So when you look at the plan, I haven't got an actual figure in front of me, but that urban green space zone, it has been drawn to obviously keep housing out of it within that impact zone.
So was that why the urban green space zone was proposed there, because it's a hazard zone?
Yeah.
So that development. So that was where the open space would be, and there wouldn't be any development. And
shall I explain why it's being removed?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So obviously through those pre-app discussions, obviously we received advice from the Health and Safety Executive, and their advice was that within this middle impact zone, they would not object to, they refer to 30 dwellings, no more than 30 dwellings in there, they would not object to within this middle impact zone, middle distant impact zone, and also provided they were no more than 40 dwellings per hectare. So given that we had advice from the Health and Safety Executive that development could, or housing could go within that impact zone, within that urban green space zone, it was deemed that that urban green space zone was kind of superfluous and wasn't required. Obviously, that does, being able to be more flexible in where that urban green space goes in terms of that 10% we would require on site anyway, it was deemed that that was another bonus or benefit of actually removing that urban green space zone. I hope that makes sense. It was a complex answer, but yeah.
I think just to be clear, it doesn't mean that there's going to be no open space on that site. It just means it doesn't have to be in that corner. The requirement would remain for the 10% open space to be provided on site. It just gives it considerably more flexibility.
Sorry, can I ask Ian just to go next door if possible. The noise is starting to carry through from next door. I just wonder if it's possible for somebody to ask them to just bring the volume down if they could, please. Thank you.
Okay, right, thank you. So, so anybody got any further questions on that site, Sport England? Did you want to come in on that issue?
Please, ma'am. From our point of view, the delivery of that site fundamentally rests as to whether the council are required to replace it in accordance with Para 103 of the MPPF. If they are, they haven't even begun the process. We have had some discussions about suitable sites, and disappointingly all that was brought forward by the City Council were existing sites that we would classify as playing fields. So just going back to my description of the extent of provision, or the quality of it, in terms of the quantity and quality of the playing field. So the quantity is really easy to articulate. It's already in the plan in terms of the size of the site. But the quality, I think, isn't something that we should underplay. So the quality was 2 levelled areas that are capable of accommodating cricket pitches. We had bowling greens and multi-use games areas there. And actually finding a site of that scale to be able to provide that level of quality provision in a city with Sheffield's topography is quite difficult, I would imagine. So quite how they're going to find a replacement site if they need to, if you conclude that they need to find a replacement site within that 5-year period, is quite a test.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton, did you want to comment on this particular site?
Yes, not in the context of the Sport England issue, although obviously if you're dealing with a application with a Sport England objection, it does give you complications, and my experience is it does extend the time period it takes to get a consent, if you get a consent at all. But I was looking at the suggestion that this site, which isn't an allocation, hasn't got an application even made on it, somehow passes a test in the NPPF that it's deliverable, i.e. meets the criteria of, if you like, of providing clear evidence that it will deliver completions within 5 years. That's the test we're looking at in terms of the 5-year test, which is the what you've asked in question 38A. My view is that an email from a landowner, and possibly a signed pro forma, falls very, very short of what many inspectors require, which is something cogent in terms of the evidence. And certainly that is simply not enough to bring it forward into the 5-year period. I mean, when you look at the, I think is it examination 85, the document? I'm sorry, when I download it, it just gives me a whole load of numbers rather than the actual document number. But the most recent document the council have given on delivery, I think it's saying that there's going to be 35 dwellings delivered in 2026, in 2 years' time, on a site with an outstanding objection from Sport England, and not even a planning application yet. I mean, that's optimism, I think, in the extreme. And it simply doesn't pass the test. And I've never seen a site like this with this level of or lack of evidence ever be included in a 5-year land supply, which is what you're talking about.
Hi, just to come back on a couple of Mr Bolton's points. Just to be clear, the evidence which we can provide isn't from the landowner, it's from the developer, who is a major house builder, and we can provide that as evidence. Also, just to make the point that we're asking about the supply on adoption, so it would be allocated and therefore one of the category sites that can be considered as per the MPPF. Thanks.
Planning application being submitted, did you take account of the potential complications in terms of any Sport England objection? Because it does sound like they might object to an application. And what assumptions did you make in terms of the timelines from application being submitted through to completions?
Just getting the correct information for you, ma'am. One moment. So I suppose to take the first point, the timescales for submission and then development were informed by the developer and applicant, and they have actually, we've taken a slightly more cautious approach because they have set out in the evidence that they would apply sooner rather than later, to quote their evidence for a planning application. And just a point, again, to reiterate that my colleague has just made, is that I think I could relay this correctly, is the allocation.
I think the point in terms of an objection from Sports England is that in terms of the principle of development is that the allocation would establish the principle of development, and therefore the starting point in terms of the determination of that application would be the development plan, and it would be a proposal that in principle was in compliance with the development plan in that respect.
Okay, so the timelines assume that the principle of development has been accepted through the development plan, then is that right? In putting that into the 5-year supply, you're assuming that that's the case?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr Bolton, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, just to remind you, the 5-year land supply test is not about the assumptions about delivery. It starts with your assessment of whether there's clear evidence. I would say that even if it's produced for you, a pro forma or an email from a developer, we don't even know whether they've got an option on the land, we don't know whether they own the land. So the land's, as far as I can tell, the land is not in the ownership of a developer at the present time. Falls very, very short of that clear evidence that you would need to prove. This would, once it's allocated, this would be a category B site. It wouldn't be a category A, so it would be for the council to demonstrate clearly that evidence, and they've not done that to date. So I think that's your first point, is there clear evidence? If there is clear evidence, then you can look at the timeline, and we discussed the timeline this morning, Ma'am, and the timeline that the council are looking at is significantly different to that which occurs nationally. Lichfield start to finish, 3rd edition, which we mentioned this morning, would have the time period from the validation of the application to the first completion on a site of this size, on average, is 6 years nationally. To suggest it would happen in about 2 in Sheffield, when our experience of Sheffield is it does not outperform the nationally in terms of getting through residential permissions in any shape or form. So, first off, is there clear evidence? Secondly, is there then are those assumptions realistic? And I would say you haven't got the clear evidence, and the assumptions are clearly unrealistic and unsupported by evidence.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to make any further points in relation to that site ES25?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, we were quoted a legal case there that wasn't part of Sheffield's evidence, one that we'd seen before. So we would like to have sight of that to understand its relevance in respect of playing field, and also take legal opinion on it ourselves. So I presume we'll have a chance to make a response on that.
Can you add that to the examination library?
So, can we just clarify which piece of evidence you're referring to?
We were quoted a legal case about abandonment.
Secretary of State, this is you. Yeah.
Ma'am, can I just...
You can add that to the examination library. Yeah.
Ma'am, could I just add that we have a recent planning appeals that we would be more than willing to share with yourselves that we feel would be relevant for this particular site.
Okay, if you want to add it to the examination library, that would be okay. Okay, so if we can just now go back to agenda item 29, which is the last, I think, in the yes, it was the last one in the group of questions for Sport England. And this was a point that you'd raised in relation to the introductory text, I think, to the East Sub Area regarding proposals in the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation District and possible impacts on sporting facilities. Do you want to comment on that any further, Sport England?
It's in relation to the points raised earlier. We consider that there should be a standalone policy that protects sports facilities that are not designated as sports facilities or playing fields. In this situation, we did notice that there was one, I think, artificial grass pitch. I think it was Olympic Park. That wasn't an urban part of the urban green space zone and would fall within the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation District. And we were concerned that what would that mean? Would that mean the loss of that facility is acceptable? So yes, I think it just reinforces the fact that we think a standalone protection policy of playing fields is probably required. So the playing fields in the city are truly protected and not just in certain zones.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the Council to respond to that point as to whether an additional policy is needed? I know we've talked before about making changes to policy GS1 and the text before NC15, but...
site.
Did you want to come back on that particular
Yeah,
point?
just regarding sort of the potential loss of any sporting facilities in the Innovation District, that there is no intention to relocate or close any existing sporting facilities within the Innovation District in East Sheffield. Indeed, uses that support the objectives of the Innovation District can take place on other vacant allocated sites alongside the existing leisure uses. In addition, some of the health-related research businesses actually benefit from the proximity to things like the English Institute of Sports. And notably, there is a relationship between sports and science. So really, we don't really see any risk of any loss. And I think it just seems to be duplicating the policies in the NPPF that protect existing sporting facilities.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the suggestion that there should be an additional policy, to respond to that?
I think it comes wrapped up with the question that we did discuss earlier about whether the right location for that clause falls within the policy about urban green space zones or not. I'd been under the understanding that actually the playing pitches at that location were in the urban green space zone anyway. I take the point that if there's one that isn't within the boundary of the urban green space zone, that does then lead to the question of whether it's protected through the local plan. As Mr. King's pointed out, it's protected through the framework already, but we do just need to consider whether that clause fully meets the requirements of the playing pitches that may be outside urban green space zones.
Yes, which comes back to the previous discussion that we had, doesn't it? Do you want to make any further comment on that, or is that okay to leave that between you to discuss that issue?
From our experience, there's always been a protection policy of playing field sites in local plans, and that's our interpretation. But like I said, more than willing to work with the council on any suggestions that they may have, but that's our stance at this moment in time. We want to protect all the playing fields in the city, not just certain ones that are designated. And I think also there might have been misinterpretations that if they see an artificial grass pitch, they might not see it as a natural green grass playing field. It's still a playing field, and I think that's important to note.
Thank you. So, unless anybody's got any other points on these kind of sporting issues, or anything on that particular point, if we can move on then to the rest of the agenda on matter 12. And I will, for the next item, I'll hand you back to David Troy. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I meant to say, Sport England, thank you very much for your contributions. If we don't have any further questions, I don't think, for you, so you don't need to stay. I mean, you're very welcome to if you'd like to, but if you don't want to, then that's fine as well.
Thank you, ma'am. We understand that there's matter 14 tomorrow that will be in attendance, so we'll hopefully see you then. Thank you.
So you'll be back tomorrow anyway. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next item 30 is in relation to obviously the policy essay 4, and it's picking up an item from British Land. Obviously, it's basically should policy essay 4 and its supporting plans to be modified to support the Meadowhall shopping centre and the role it plays in the local and regional economy. We've obviously touched on this to some degree already in terms of the retail discussions and stage 1 hearings, but I wanted just to, this is obviously in relation particularly to SA4, that basically there was a request put in, suggested amendment to add an additional clause in relation to SA4. So I just probably ask Mr Waring, I think it's in relation to your submission, if you want to just pick up on this particular question, if you could, and then I'll just get the council to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I suppose just a bit of context to this. Meadowhall has now been operating for about 30 years and is one of the most significant economic hubs within the city. A piece of work that British Land commissioned about 9 or so years ago looked at the importance of Meadowhall to the local economy and the regional economy. PwC produced a report that demonstrated the significant GVA that it had brought into the city, significant attraction of trade and the significant employment that it generates. The local plan, as currently adopted, the development plan, clearly recognises Meadowhall as a key part of the local economy. That's both in the UDP and in the core strategy. And we found it unusual, at the Regulation 18 stage of the local plan, the importance of Meadowhall was clearly recognised at that time. For some reason, it seems to have fallen out of the plan and the importance of it. We're seeking simply for some recognition within the plan of its importance, notably in terms of its appropriateness to the city's economy, and how through further development in the future it could be seen as being further improving the local economy. That's been recognised, sir, in recent grants of planning permission. You'll have seen through various statements of common ground and our own statements in relation to various aspects of the plan that the council have supported some fairly significant increases in the size of Meadowhall. That includes what we known as the Leisure Hall proposals, which were granted planning permission back in 2018, and then more recently what's known as the Meadowhall Master Plan, or TMM, which was granted planning permission last December, which includes significant growth to Meadowhall within controlled parameters, and parameters that we are fully supportive of. But again, it's the peculiarity of the fact that it is no longer recognised within policy, especially given that some of the other significant regeneration and economic hubs within this part of this city are specifically recognised, both in the policy itself and the reasoned justification. If I take you, sir, to the plan itself, the preamble to the policy, there is a box that specifically identifies a range of or a number of economic hubs within this part of the city, including the AMID, the AMP, Sheffield Business Park, Sheffield Olympic Legacy Park, and the University of Sheffield Innovation District. And we're simply seeking at this stage some recognition to the importance of Meadowhall.
Yeah, if we could get the council to respond, really, obviously in relation to the points that Mr Waring is raising, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think our approach really within the plan has been informed to some extent by the the Sheffield Retail and Leisure Study from 2022, which is EM22 in the document library. But the plan identifies that the city centre should remain the focus for comparison goods retail and directs those retailers towards the centre, ensuring that it remains relevant, maintains its viability and appropriately serves residents' needs, particularly with the proposed expansion of a residential population within the city centre. We do, of course, recognise the contribution that Meadowhall makes to the economy of the city, but we don't propose any further retail floor space within the plan at Meadowhall. Furthermore, the Sheffield Retail and Leisure Study does not propose that Meadowhall is designated as a district centre. It's therefore not identified in Policy SA4 Part E. Policy SA4 Part G does, however, encourage leisure developments to locate within the Lower Don Valley if they cannot be accommodated in the city centre. And this would include locations at Meadowhall, obviously subject to the sequential test, effectively as set out in Policy EC5. So I think we think that Policy EC3 in conjunction with EC5 and EC6 provide an appropriate framework for considering future development proposals at Meadowhall. However, I think we wouldn't be adverse to adding some reference to the supporting text to recognise the contribution that Meadowhall makes to the economy of the city, but we don't think it's appropriate for it to have sort of town centre status within the policy. So I think that's our position, sir.
So, what's your view? Obviously, the context provided there for, and obviously we had the discussion at the retail session. Obviously, adding something to the supporting text, a reference that would sort of give acknowledgement, really, to obviously what you're sort of indicating within the preamble. Is that something you'd support in terms of if the council were to look at that?
So I think it certainly goes some way to addressing the issues that we have raised some concerns with. And I think I'd be happy that we take away that and agree some words with the council to form some modifications to the plan, the lower case, or the reason justification, as I used to call it in the olden days.
Yeah, Mr. Vincent, I'd probably say obviously the supporting text would be an appropriate reference point, I think, to this, given obviously the representations and what I've heard from the hearing and the evidence. I think some further reference in the supporting text obviously the preamble to obviously policy SA4, I think would be a main modification, I think. But yeah, if you liaise with British Land in terms of if you come up with some appropriate wording, then obviously that could form a main modification. I think that might be. I think it would be in terms of make the plan more effective, given the evidence I've heard. So
yeah, we're very happy to do that. So.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, item 31. It's just there's a list of corrections, I think, and additions to the list of strategic sites in policy in Part B of policy SA4 and on map 9 covered in SH25, CH25, CH31, PS03. I mean, these seem again to me to be sort of minor modifications in terms of the list. But if you wish to make any of the further comments at this stage, by all means, if you want to raise them at this point.
No, sorry, straightforward.
Okay, I've got no further comments on policy SA4. Is anybody else? Okay, Mr. Waring? Yeah.
Yes, so I don't know if it's appropriate to bring it up here or while we're dealing with ESO1, but it relates to the innovation corridor that's contained within in SA4 and crosses over a substantial amount of ESO1, the allocation. We've dealt with it in a statement of common ground, which you may have seen, although that statement of common ground is just being updated further, and I'll leave the council to explain why there's a further update. But is it appropriate to pick that up now or at ESO1 discussion?
I think as it's wrapped up in the statement of common ground, it'd be handy just to sort of talk about it then, if that's okay. I know we're just moving on to it, but if that's, unless there's any wider issues, obviously, which there probably is, but if we could pick up in the discussion on ESO1, then obviously you could probably contribute then, if that's handy, and I'll pick up those points. Yeah.
That's fine, sir. Just to let you know that my colleague, Greg Callaghan, has got to now run down to London to go and catch her, or to go to a planning committee down in London now, so he won't be here, so I'm going to be dealing with some transport matters, but do forgive me because I'm not the transport expert.
Oh, right. Is that specifically the point? I mean, obviously, we are going to come on to it now, unless there's... obviously, we're going to come on to ESO1 anyway. It's our next item on the agenda, so we can deal with that early on if...
It is, but I think he's got a train to catch in 15 minutes.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
yeah.
I will deal with it as best I can.
Okay, all right, thank you. So if there's no other items then on policy SA4, what we'll do then is we'll go on to site ESO1. Now, obviously, hopefully there's been quite a bit of further discussion, and I think there's been a statement of common ground added to the exam library. So it's exam document 82 between British Land, Sheffield Forward Master and the City Council submitted obviously this week. So in relation to site allocation ESO1. I suppose if I could just get the maybe the council originally, then just to give us an update on the what's been agreed in terms of relation to the availability and delivery of this site in relation to obviously general employment use, and what amendments are now agreed in terms of the site boundaries and the range of uses on the site, please.
Perhaps, sir, if I can just clarify the status of the statement of common ground. I think, as Mr. Waring alluded to there, we think a slight alteration to the statement of common ground is necessary because it does refer to the Innovation District strategic vision, which is not publicly available yet. And I think we need to remove that reference to that document because it's not in the public domain. So that's just to clarify on that point. I think the rest of the statement of common ground stands as it is. I suppose this is, from our point of view, this is a vacant site located within a key location in the Innovation District. The site and wider area is designated as a general employment area, a general employment zone, and is required to help meet employment land requirements identified in the plan. ESO1 was promoted as an employment site by the landowner during the call for sites in 2019. It's therefore considered to be available and deliverable. The Council, British Land and Sheffield Forgemasters Engineering Limited have been in discussions regarding the proposed uses on the site and its boundaries, and this has culminated in the Statement of Common Ground, which has resolved some of the issues, notably the permitted uses on the site. I think given the outline planning permission and the conclusion of the employment land review, which recommended the site is allocated for mixed use, the council agrees that the permitted uses should be broadened to include the other employment generating uses, so not just sort of general industry. In terms of the boundaries, perhaps, sir, if I can go on to that within the Statement of Common Ground. As set out in the in the Statement of Common Ground, it has been agreed that land west of Weedon Street
and Carbrook Street, which forms part of Sheffield Forgemasters' recently approved application, and the wider outline permission should be included within the allocation. So that's the land to the west of Weedon Street, which is not in the allocation at the moment. However, it's our view that it wouldn't be consistent with the approach that we've taken on other sites in the local plan to remove the land in the vicinity of the next store, given that this permission has not yet been implemented and is not under construction. So the council considers that the allocation boundary should not be altered at this time to accommodate to exclude the next store, or the land around the next door rather. If permission were to expire, then the allocation would provide a framework for future development on this part of the site. However, it is agreed under the common ground, point 17, that we could allow for the permitted uses to come forward again through subsequent applications. We do not agree that the urban green space zone and local wildlife site should be removed from the allocation, including these areas within the allocation boundary provides opportunities for biodiversity net gain on site. And whilst policy GS1 enables protection for this site, its inclusion within the allocation will enable enhancement. And indeed, this is the approach that we've taken on other allocations in the city. You asked about the innovation corridor. We do not agree that the removal of the innovation corridor will be appropriate. We think that designation needs to be retained within the plan. The innovation corridor project is required to address long-standing constraints and on the transport network in the Lower Don Valley area and support the innovation district more widely. So working with the Mayoral Combined Authority, with Rotherham Council and National Highways and supported by Transport for the North, it is identified as a priority for submission to the Department of Transport's Major Road Network programme. The current scheme has been supported with Department for Transport funding to develop the outline business case, and the scheme is part of the development of what I referred to the spatial vision and strategy for the innovation district, which is emerging but is not yet public. We expect that will become available in April 2025. So as it currently stands in terms of the innovation corridor, the council is working with SIMCA and other partners to look at the various funding options for bringing that scheme forward. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Waring, do you want to come in now, really, just in relation to obviously what's been agreed, obviously what's been said, obviously mentioned in their introduction there, please?
Yes, sir. I mean, first of all, grateful to the council for the statement of common ground that we've got to, and I think we've got a very clear picture as to where we're all at in relation to this particular site, and I'll leave Keith to explain Forgemaster's position. I suppose there's just one point of clarification that I wanted to pick up, and it relates to the extent of the allocation, where it extends into the area around the next store. And I don't know if you've got, sir, the statement of common ground to hand. But figure 1.4, I had understood was an agreed common ground in terms of the proposed boundary for the allocation. But I think from what Mr. Vincent was suggesting is that isn't actually agreed, and it should extend to include what we refer to as plot 5, which is the area that surrounds the next store. We would be opposed to that being included in the allocation for the reasons that we've explained both in our original representations and more recently in the statement of common ground. That area not only contains obviously the next store, but then surrounding it is a a significant area that has the benefit of planning permission for a range of uses which don't include general employment. That consent was only granted 9 months ago now. That consent with on instruction by British Land from Norge now. So again, just so everybody's clear, the site is owned by Norge, and British Land are now the development asset managers for, or development managers for Norge. We are looking at a range of reserved matters on that. We've been in discussions with the council recently on those, so the likelihood is that those will come forward in the near future. We've also recently modified that consent in that area to allow for an EV charging station facility. So there won't be there's no intention at all of bringing that forward for general employment purposes. The remainder of the site, which is shown on figure 1, or the entirety of the site that's shown on figure 1.4, we're very happy for that to be general employment. And with the clarification of the other uses that are consented under what's called, I call the RDD consent, which again we've got some proposed wording in the Statement of Common Ground that I believe is agreed. So those were kind of my points on that. I'll come on to the innovation corridor probably secondly, but I'll leave probably Keith to talk about Forgemaster's position on this.
So thank you. I don't know whether the council wanted to go back on any of those points that were raised there by Mr. Waring before I jump into the wildlife corridor. I don't know what the right order might be, but
all right. If that's the case, Mr. Jones, yeah. If I could just pick up on the point of this plot 5, really, because obviously, yeah. I mean, I read the Statement of Common Ground. I saw it was excluded, and there seemed to be agreement to it. Why? I suppose why are you sort of still pursuing, obviously, the inclusion of that part of the allocation, given obviously what Mr. Waring said in terms of obviously the consent on the site and no employment being within that part of the site, general employment?
Yeah, I think so. It was as I explained earlier, because the permission hasn't been implemented yet, that permission could lapse, and therefore the allocation would provide a clear steer in terms of what the future uses should be on that site. I think perhaps it's worth just explaining that the general employment zone is not a general industrial zone, it's a general employment zone which does allow for a wide range of uses, including potentially leisure uses, retail uses where they comply with the sequential test. So I think it's necessary to read policy EC3 together with policy EC5, which EC5 is essentially the sequential test policy. But as I say, it's perhaps just it's a wording issue which perhaps has caused confusion there, but it is general employment, not general industrial, so it does allow a wide range of uses under the menu of uses within policy EC3. So I think, just to be clear, we do think plot 5 should be part of the allocation. I think there's an error there in terms of figure 1.4. I think we have indicated elsewhere that we don't agree that plot 5 should be excluded from the allocation. It should be retained within the allocation. That's our view.
Just Mr. Vincent, yeah, I mean, obviously in terms of the wording, you're agreeing, obviously in terms of the Statement of Common Ground, under paragraph 17, you've obviously agreed to the addition of various other uses as effectively a mixed-use development, effectively, is that right? In terms of that additional wording. So in relation to plot 5, the sort of the permission that effectively is going forward on that site or use of that site, that's the sort of thing you'd still be looking at potentially. There's still the option of those, given the new wording it's been proposed between the two parties, is that right? Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think we do feel that the policy EC3 provides the flexibility to deliver a new application with those uses on it if necessary, if that's what the landowner is seeking. Yeah.
Okay, I'm clear on that. So, Mr. Waring, you still got your nameplate. Do you want to come back on it?
Yeah, sorry for taking up any more time on this. So probably 2 or 3 points I just wanted to pick up on, and picking up on Mr Vincent's comments about the consent may lapse. Just so you are aware, sir, the planning consent has got a significant life to it, purposefully extended life given the scale of the development, and also that a large proportion of the scheme is being delayed through a planning control to enable the city centre to continue to regenerate itself. So part of TMM can't be implemented or operational until 2029 at the earliest. The planning permission itself requires reserve matters to be made within 8 years of 2023, so I'm doubting very much that the consent will lapse. I'm also advising today that there is plans afoot to bring forward reserve matters in the short term. The second point I just wanted to raise, sir, is that the character of this particular part of ESO1, if it was to be included, is entirely different to the rest of ESO1. It sits on the other side of a significant embankment, which essentially divides plot 5 from the rest of the site, as you may or may not have seen if you haven't been down on site. So it's an entirely different character, and would not be developed in integrally with the rest of ESO1 in any event. So there's a significant kind of constraint. That constraint, I know Keith is going to bring up, which is a local wildlife site, and it's also the area where there is a proposed safeguarding as well, which I'll come on to separately. So physically there's a major differentiation, as well as in planning terms as well.
If everybody's agreeable, what I would propose is we just take this away and continue talking over the next couple of weeks to see if we can produce an updated version of Common Ground. I'm sure we can reach an agreement between the parties, if that's okay.
Mr. Waring, are you happy with that? I mean, obviously it's... yeah, I can see obviously both sides of the argument on this particular plot, particularly plot 5. So yeah, if you take that away, and then obviously you come back and I'll look at the statement of Common Ground. So yeah, if we just move on to the other issue, which is relation to the Mr. Jones, I think, is relation to the urban green space and the local wildlife site, and your views on that, Jack.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so obviously we've kind of made the representations to the hearing that Forge Masters would like the wildlife corridor to be removed, and heard from the council that they'd like to keep that in. I think one of the reasons that they kind of highlighted was that the council want the opportunity for biodiversity net gain to be able to be provided on site. I think the first point I'd make there is it necessarily biodiversity improvements or ecological improvements can be made as part of should be made as part of the planning application, which doesn't necessarily need to follow the same boundary as the site allocation. So it really, those improvements would be tied to site ownership as well. And it's worth pointing out, obviously, that Forge Masters bought a number of plots of land from British Land earlier this year, but those didn't include any of the wildlife corridor. So at the current position we find ourselves in, Forge Masters have no ability to actually make any of those improvements. They're kind of not in our control. So, as I say, Forge Masters have a planning application currently in on plot 1 on that site, and that is looking at biodiversity improvements in the general sense as part of the general biodiversity net gain improvements. So I think our concern really is if the wildlife corridor remains in, and this almost ties into one of the follow-on questions that you have about the controls on development, is that really with the controls on the development within the allocation indicate that biodiversity and wildlife improvement should be provided within that corridor. And as I mentioned, Forge Masters don't have any control over that corridor. So as it stands at the moment, the way with the allocation included within the with the wildlife zone and the control on development, there's an inability for Forge Masters to be able to actually fully implement or fully accord with that proposal in the local plans. So I think what we're looking for really is to make things an awful lot more clear, is to remove the wildlife corridor. That protection would still remain in place, and it would still allow improvements to be made by British Land going forward, but there wouldn't be any confusion about Sheffield Forge Masters ownership and their inability at the moment to actually provide any improvements within that wildlife corridor. And I suppose at the very least what we'll be looking for is also an amendment to the conditions on development in the allocation itself to remove that requirement to provide improvement works in the wildlife corridor. Thanks.
Obviously, local wildlife sites are sort of a bit of a common theme in some of the sites, actually, in terms of whether they're included or not included. And obviously, this is probably another one where it's obviously been included, and obviously there's additional green open space as well. So I suppose, obviously, we're just trying to get a more consistent and obviously consistent approach in relation to this. Obviously, I think whether Natural England have got a view again in relation to this particular proposal, particularly in relation to the local wildlife site itself, and whether the conditions, that obviously are probably proposed on this, are they sort of going to be effective? So yeah, Mr. Johnson, I think you're going to respond.
Yeah, just briefly, I think it's similar to the point before. I think perhaps working a common ground up for today has maybe meant that some of these issues maybe we could have resolved with a little bit more time between us, just reflecting on what we've heard today. So again, if everybody's amenable for the three parties to go away and over the next couple of weeks, I'm sure just have separate conversations here and see whether, particularly with the changes in land ownership, whether we can look at the allocations and seek to resolve as many of these issues through an updated common ground as possible. Might be the easiest way to try to move it forward if everybody's agreeable.
I think we'd be agreeable to that, sir.
Go on then. Yes, we're agreeable.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, obviously, as I say, just the question was just really relating, and obviously you need to probably pick this up in relation to local wildlife. Another, obviously, only part, I think, of the actual site is a part of the local wildlife site, and again, we touched on this under the ski slope site under NWS 29, and we have got other sites where we've got local wildlife sites. In this particular case, obviously, it is within a basic employment allocation. We want to get a clear view, particularly if Natural England have made any comments on this as well. That's really one of the views we wanted to try and get, and obviously whether the conditions you're getting are consistent across those sites as well, where there is a local wildlife site, involved. It's obviously that wording we talked about earlier. It's obviously whether it's that no adverse impact on the actual local wildlife site, whereas that original wording I think agreed was no development should take place within the local wildlife site. I think you've just got to sort of come up to, we need to have some consistency in the way this is being dealt with, really. But yeah, you can pick that up through the statement of common ground, I think, in relation to this. I think, obviously, Mr. Jones, I think you've just picked up on, just in relation to the development conditions themselves. Now, I think you had a few points you wanted to raise. I think, obviously, we could come back to the innovation corridor, but I think that'll obviously be picked up through your discussion, hopefully, on the statement of common ground. Obviously, the condition in relation to biodiversity net gain, that's, again, we've had other discussions at other sessions regarding that particular condition, and we've felt at the moment it's not particularly consistent with national policy or the policies within the actual plan itself. So I think we've asked the council to relook at that anyway. I think we've already pointed out that there is inconsistencies. The only additional point I've got, I think you picked up in relation to the conditional water course, the wording in relation to that. I wonder if we could just pick that up just briefly whilst we're having the discussion, please.
Sorry, so was this in relation to the culverting of Carbrook? Yes, yeah. So I think we just kind of highlighted that. I think this has been kind of looked at previously, and Carbrook runs essentially underneath the highway, and I think that there has been basically an exercise undertaken, a technical exercise undertaken to understand the feasibility of that, which has essentially concluded that it's certainly in this part of Sheffield it wouldn't be technically feasible to open up Carbrook. So at this point we've asked that kind of that element of the policy of the conditions on development be removed.
If you've got a view at this stage on that particular point, in relation to that particular condition on the site.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that seems appropriate. I think the concept behind having those conditions attached to the site allocations was that the feasibility of de-culverting was investigated as part of the sites coming forward. So I think that probably helps prove the general point of having that condition in. But again, I wasn't aware that technical study had been done for this site, so that's something we can look at. And if that's the case, then yeah, we could accept that.
There's probably a condition that could be removed, and I think that was a suggestion. So again, if that was picked up under the statement of common ground, then obviously that would give us a clearer view, obviously on where the direction's going. The only other point I had was the flood risk assessment. Just there was a small amendment, I think, to the area again. I think in relation to the level 2 flood risk assessment, there's a slight reduction in the area, but I think you could just comment on that. There's a 0.3 of a hectare, I think, from what I picked up on.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, effectively that's to take account of the culvert, the Carbrook culvert that we identified as part of the level 2 SFRA, where the functional floodplain was updated, but it ran along the edge of the site. So it's just taking account of that.
Okay. Well, obviously, in terms of the statement on ground, that will pick up the group of main amendments or main modifications you'll need to this particular policy. And obviously, I'll review that when it comes in terms of where you are in terms of the position in relation to this site. But I think the extension, particularly to the west of Weedon Street, obviously in terms of including the allocation, makes sense from what obviously the evidence I've been given, including the Forge Masters site to the west of Weedon Street. So I think that obviously does make sense, I think, in terms of including that particular proposal. Okay, I'll just move on to the next site, which is ES02, which again...
Sorry, sir.
Yes, Mr. Waring, yeah.
Should we talk about the innovation corridor?
Sorry, yeah, I thought that was... Is that going to be picked up? Okay. Do you want to just Mr. Waring, do you want to just put your point, raise your comments, then obviously, sorry, then obviously we can just get the council's response. Apologies.
Thank you, sir. So this deals with the area that is referenced as the innovation corridor that runs through a large part of the Lower Don Valley, or as shown on the policies map to do so. At present, it is intended that this area is only land for safeguarding. I think we've just heard earlier from Mr. Vincent that the spatial policy for the innovation corridor, we don't actually know what that is yet, because we're going to see what that might be in 2025. So as it stands at the moment, it's highly aspirational at the moment. Now, I do understand that there has been an outline business case made, and I'll come on to that in a minute. But as we stand here today, or sit here today, we've no evidence before us that deals with the innovation corridor, what its alignment is, apart from something that's on the policies map, nor is it included in the IDP, nor has it been modelled. There simply is a dearth of any evidence relating to the innovation corridor. The Council, in the Statement of Common Ground, have referenced two documents, the 2019 Transport Plan and then the 2024 Transport Vision. But in neither of those documents is the innovation corridor defined in alignment terms or in three-dimensional terms. We understand that an outline business case has been made with the support of the DFT, but as we understand it, that information is not available in the public domain. We also understand that that outline business case was made in 2021, and as we sit here today, there is no outcome from the application for the outline business case, as I understand it. The Council may correct me. Therefore, as it stands at the moment, there's no certainty on this route, and therefore, if I take you to paragraph 35, as we all know, I'd suggest it's neither justified nor is it effective, i.e. there's no certainty of a deliverability within the development plan period. There are a couple of other points, sir, that I think are worth noting. When we sought planning consent for the RDD scheme, which was granted back in July 2020, the Council required of us, or required of the applicant at that time, to take a condition that gave the Council essentially the rights to step in for that safeguarded land that crosses over what we call Plot 3. Very simply, if I just go back one stage, the RDD consent involves three principal plots. Plot 1, which is the land to the west of Weedon Street, which is the plot that we're now including within the allocation. Plot 2, which sits at the northern part of ESO1, and Plot 3, which sits at the eastern or southeastern edge. And Plot 3 is the one where the innovation corridor, or one of the legs of the innovation corridor, runs through. As I said, at the time, the RDD consent was controlled, whereby there was a planning condition, Condition 53, which required that land to be safeguarded for a period of 3 years, allowing the Council to step in and say that they would like to take that land on. During the period, that 3-year period, the Council didn't approach British Land or Norge, and that requirement fell away. The RDD consent still remains extant, and therefore, as a consequence, could proceed, and there is no safeguarded land control there. The consequence of safeguarding that land as well, sir, will impose a constraint on the development, certainly the early development, if the Council insist upon preventing any development taking place on there, on a scheme that at the moment nobody knows about, because it's nothing in the public domain. That's not to say we don't necessarily object to an innovation corridor, but we just don't know what it is we're dealing with at the moment. So, and I don't think so you do, from the evidence you have before you. So not only is it a constraint, but potentially it does blight part of RDD site if it remains, and we come forward with a separate planning application in due course on that part of the ESO1 allocation. Also, I don't believe there's any evidence, and again I'm here to be corrected, that looks at the appropriateness of that site from a planning perspective and an environmental perspective for an innovation corridor. You'll note it does run straight through the local wildlife site. It does run through the urban green zone. It does sit atop an embankment, which I'm not sure if any feasibility work's been undertaken on that. Not clear whether the flood risk has been undertaken, an analysis of that, given that if you are putting an innovation corridor along that embankment, there are parts where the embankments have been removed and therefore you'll be putting roads at grade. And as I'm aware, I'm not aware of any evidence that looks at the feasibility of delivery. So I think what I'm saying at the moment, sir, is that whilst it might be a commendable strategy, there isn't anything that is before you in relation to this and the specific details of this innovation corridor. And therefore I don't consider it appropriate for recognition on the local plan policies map.
I don't know who from obviously the council would like to respond really in terms of obviously the certainty obviously of this particular scheme, as Mr Waring's pointed out, and then obviously if you could just, is the evidence to support the alignment as you've you've obviously put on the maps in relation to ESO 01.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think as I mentioned earlier, I mean, the current scheme has been supported with DFT funding to develop the outline business case. So unfortunately, we haven't got the experts in the room here today to sort of provide the detail on that. I wonder whether it would be helpful if we provided a note on that. I mean, I know the council is still working with Simca and other partners to look at the funding options for this scheme. It's a difficult funding environment at the moment, and which has caused some delay to in terms of not progressing with this as quickly as we would have liked. But I think it's still very much on the council's and Simca's agenda to deliver this scheme, to deal with the problems within the transport network. But I think we need to talk to our transport experts to provide the background to this and where it's up to in terms of certainty, if that's acceptable to you, sir.
I think given what Mr Waring has raised, I think we as inspectors would clearly need to have more certainty if you're intending to put a line for this innovation corridor within the plan, within the time periods of this plan. I think we'd have to be clearer if there was funding. Obviously I know you're applying, but we need to have certainty that there is a line that is going to be supported, that could be delivered within the plan period. So yes, please, if that can be actioned. Yeah. Thank you, Mr Vincent.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr Waring, does that cover? Obviously, we'll see what evidence will come out. Yeah.
I think so, sir, and we'd be happy to work with the council's officers on that, try to come to some form of agreement if they are persistent on the wanting the safeguarding. I think we've probably just need to have a discussion about how that might look on plot 3.
Okay, thank you for bringing us back onto that. So thank you, it's a useful discussion. So just going to cover site ESO2 again. Thanks to obviously the parties bringing a statement of common ground. It's exam document 73 covering this site allocation. If the council could just very briefly summarise what has been agreed in terms of availability delivery, in terms of the uses on this site and amendments to the site boundary. Thank you.
Yeah, the site was proposed as an employment site as part of the call for sites in 2019 by, it was proposed by British Land as landowner. It's therefore considered to be available and deliverable. The statement of common ground, which is exam 73, as you've noted, focuses on the implications of the SFRA
We've agreed the condition, and has the Statement of Common Ground agrees the conditions on development, including condition 6, which states that key sites within the innovation district, such as this, should deliver advanced manufacturing and advanced health and wellbeing uses. The proposed modification to reduce the area, and in terms of reducing the area and capacity on flood risk, the key maps are on exam 40C in the level, which is level 2 SFRA, and it's for reference here as figure 0-1 on the PDF on page 13 and figure 0-9 on page 22. So this shows the areas of flood zone 3B and 3B plus climate change, which are identified on the site, and the estimated capacity is reduced accordingly from 5.54 hectares to 2.2 hectares, so a 3.52 hectare reduction, and that's agreed within the Statement of Common Ground. We've also proposed some minor modifications to the conditions, which are modifications RH70 and LS35, which are identified in CD32 and CD36.
Mr. Waring, can I just get your inputs now on the Statement of Common Ground, please? Yes, and your views on what the Council have said. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The matters in the Statement of Common Ground are self-evident. There's just a couple of points to pick up in relation to the land uses and the appropriateness of the site for what's described as general employment, and then obviously in the allocation itself, net employment for Class B2, B8 and EG3. We've agreed with the Council that we obviously need to take account of the strategic flood risk assessment. We need to understand what the implications are of that if we can deal with areas that are currently in flood zone 3 and bring those forward for development in the future. That clearly must be beneficial, so long as it doesn't have a flood risk or issue or raise a flood risk issue. The issue about land uses, sir, is that this site is an integral part of the Meadowhall, the shopping centre at Meadowhall. So I have to keep correcting myself. It's actually called Meadowhall. It's the shopping centre at Meadowhall. It's used for parking purposes, for staff parking primarily, and also coach parking. The site also includes the petrol filling station, Sainsbury's branded petrol filling station, at present none of which are proposed for development or redevelopment. Should they come forward in the future, the anticipation is that this is likely to come forward for uses that are associated with Meadowhall and the shopping centre itself. That's not to rule out that it could come forward for other uses, but that's the most likely use that would come forward if it was to be redeveloped. It also needs to be borne in mind that in part the site has been identified as part of the mitigation for biodiversity net gain for the RDD scheme, and also for the TMM scheme as well. So there is areas on this site that are essentially identified for biodiversity net gain in the future. And in much the same way as the issue that we were discussing on ESO1, it is in part touched by a local wildlife site and also a green urban zone. So again, there are a number of issues that arise on this site's development that clearly are reflected in the policy. But again, in much the same way, having not been party to the discussions on other sites where the LWS have effectively washed over allocations for consistency, I agree, sir, that they should all be approached in the same manner, and we can agree those with the Council if there needs to be any changes here.
Do the council want to come back on the Mr. Waring's comments in relation to the consistency, I suppose, of approach between ES01 and ES02 in terms of the land uses approach, and obviously the constraints. The local wildlife site in this case is adjacent, isn't it? I think from what I can see. But obviously there's some discussion of biodiversity net gain improvements within the site. So have those been factored into obviously the what is the net developable area for this site?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd agree. So there ought to be a consistent approach within the plan in terms of the local wildlife site. I think our view is that the policy zoning and the allocation provides a flexible way of dealing with uses that may come forward in the future on this site. It certainly, in our view, provides enough flexibility to deal with the range of uses that Mr. Waring was alluding to there, uses associated with Meadow Hall. I think obviously it was subject, as before, to the sequential test and policy EC5. But yeah, I think that provides an appropriate framework.
Yes, so just a couple of points of clarification. I think the first point of clarification relates to the LWS. I think the LWS does encroach in two small areas onto the site, both at the eastern end, very far eastern end in the far corner, and also at the western end. So just a point of clarification there, but I think we can deal with that through consistency of across the allocations. Just in terms then of the land users, and grateful for Mr. Vincent's confirmation that this would be considered across the board as a general employment zone area, and therefore perhaps other uses appropriate. But in the conditions on development, the fifth bullet point does say proposals for development key sites within the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation District should reflect the innovation-focused approach to delivering advanced manufacturing and advanced health and well-being. I don't know if Mr. Vincent was suggesting that actually is taken out now for this site.
Yes, we're happy for that to be taken out, yes.
So this may be one again where we just agree some wording with the council. Final wording.
I think so. I mean, obviously you're having discussions on the ES01. I think in ES02, if you just come up with the final list, and obviously because of the common issues, if you come up with just a revised statement of common ground for us, that would be useful just to streamline the discussions on this. And obviously those changes would be main modifications. So I'm just going to touch finally just on just this last allocations, and then I think we'll have just a short break just for 10 minutes after this one, after ESO 3 and 4. So just really in relation to these is just whether is there evidence to support the availability and delivery of sites ES03 and ES04 strategic employment sites, strategic general employment sites, given the existing uses on the sites. What are these sites available and deliverable for those uses?
Yes, so ES03 and ES04 were both proposed as employment sites during the call for sites in 2019 by British Land. As the landowner, therefore they are considered available and deliverable, and obviously Mr. Waring will no doubt hopefully confirm that fact.
In our call for sites submissions, both in relation to ES03 and ES04, we were identifying them as sites that were potentially suitable for a range of uses if they should come forward for development. ES03 which is known as the M1 Distribution Centre, and it references the source also, so which needs to be corrected because it doesn't include the source. But the M1 Distribution Centre is presently in principally B8 use and leisure use. About 40% is leisure, 60% is B8. And at present there's no intention for redeveloping those sites. They were at one point being considered as part of the leisure hall proposals, and then the TMM proposals, but those have been specifically excluded from those schemes. So at present, the anticipation is those land uses will, in the short term certainly, and probably medium term, stay as they are. And again, in the much same way as ESO1 and ESO2 are grateful for clarification that the redevelopment of those sites would not be caught by that condition number 3, or bullet 3, which refers to the innovation-focused approach form of development. I don't know if that council can clarify that. It's at the same point raises on ESO4. So again, just a bit of background on ESO4. ESO4 is currently a Premier Inn and a TGI Fridays. Well, it was yesterday, but I don't know with the announcement yesterday about TGI Fridays whether it still is a TGI Fridays. It might have closed down today, which will be a shame. And as it stands at the moment, those sites there is no immediate redevelopment prospects for those sites, but during the plan period they may come forward, and they may come forward for general employment purposes, not necessarily B class, and certainly not necessarily innovation focused advanced manufacturing. I don't know if that's helpful, sir.
So, thank you, Mr. Waring. Does do the council have any sort of comments to come back on? Obviously, the reference to the condition relating to the advanced manufacturing innovation district, is that sort of something the council would look to remove? And obviously, I think the point about the reference to the source, I think that's been agreed that I think it should be removed anyway. I think from ESO3, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's correct. The reference to the source should be removed. In terms of the condition in relation to the innovation district, I think for these sites, we think it should, as a general principle, that sites within the innovation district should have that condition attached to them, because it is supporting it. Our objective is to support the particular research innovation related uses within the innovation district as a whole. I think in relation to the other sites we accept the point, but I think in relation to these sites, the ES3 and ESO4, we think it should be retained.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Okay, I think I've heard what I need to on these sites, so we're going to have maybe just a short 10-minute break till 4:20. Appreciate there's still a few items to go through, but yeah, we'll just be back at 4:20. Thank you.
Right, thank you, everybody. We resume then with agenda item 36. And I wonder if the council could just give us an update, please, on delivery with the Attercliffe sites and master planning for that area.
Yes, so you'll be aware that the council's working on the Attercliffe regeneration framework, and that you've been sent a copy of that. It's only in draft, so not for sort of public display. That's currently for internal consultation, and I believe we hope to be consulting on that publicly before the end of the year. In terms of the sites that you've identified within question 36, I'll run through those. So for ES20, which is the Darnell Works site, so the council owns 1.3 hectares of that site within the western area, and the council intend to market that site in October this year, or this month, to be delivered by a housing association. The council have bid for grant funding to assist in remediating the site and are awaiting confirmation on that. The delivery year has subsequently been updated from 2034 to 2030-31 in light of the marketing that we intend to do, and also to reflect the progress that's been done on the regeneration framework. Obviously, we have funding from Homes England to progress that work, and that work also that funding also includes ES31 and ES40. In terms of, I'll move on to the next site, which is ES22, which is Attercliffe Canal side. This is part of the sort of waterside phase 2 and 3, part of the Attercliffe framework. This is being developed in partnership with Situ and ourselves, with funding secured both from the Levelling Up Fund and from SIMCA, with completions to follow on immediately from phase 1, which is the Fitzallen work site, with completions between 2029 and 2030. 2033-34, that's delivery within years 6 to 10. Moving on to ES28, which is the Fitzallen Works site, which is the waterside phase 1, which has got the grant of planning permission, and that was granted in 2024. That's being developed in partnership with Sheffield City Council and Situ again, and that's funded by, again, we've got money from the Levelling Up Fund and from SIMCA to bring that site forward. And then part of the sort of that funding agreement was that development would start on site in 2024-25. But as you'll see, the overall quantum of units has been reduced through the planning process to 362 dwellings. Moving on to ES31, which is the Staniforth Road depot site. This is a council-owned site. It's currently in use as a depot. It's part of the Attercliffe regeneration framework, and again being progressed in partnership with funding from Homes England. Currently, the council, the depot is on the site, so the delivery is put back to year 10 as a result of that moving the depot. In terms of ES33, which is Westways and Bacon Lane, this is again part of the sort of phase 2 and 3 of the framework. Again, developed in partnership with Situ. Again, funding has been secured from both the Levelling Up Fund and SIMCA, and that's completions to follow on immediately from phase 1. Again, that's the waterside Fitzallen development, with completions 2029-30 to 2033-34. So again, towards back end of the plan period. And the last site, ES40, which is the Stadia Technology Park. Again, it's a council-owned site. It's again being progressed in partnership with Homes England, along with the other sites. Again, but it is pushed back further in the plan period to year 10.
Right, thank you. That was quite a lot of information to digest. No, that's okay. So the draft regeneration framework for Attercliffe, that's not in the public domain yet, is that right? So
no, it's not. it's with officers, it's internally being sort of reviewed by the council, and then the intention is with funding from Homes England to undertake consultation on it.
Okay. So at that stage, it will be public.
That's right. Yes. You asked for us to share it with you yesterday, which we did via the programme officer, and the note alongside is that it will go to the Attercliffe Area Board and the Transport Regeneration Climate Change Committee for approval to be consulted on later this year.
Okay, so if it can go in the examination library once it's in the public domain?
Yes, we'll double check as soon as it can do. Once it's on the agendas for those boards, it will obviously be in the public domain anyway.
Okay, so just so I can understand to my mind, how does the Attercliffe Waterside Master Plan relate to the regeneration framework? That's a smaller area within the wider framework, is it?
I think I might have to defer to a colleague because this was before I joined the council that the master plan was completed and undertaken.
Yeah, as I understand it, yes, the waterside, can't remember the terminology, effectively covers 3 sites which are being developed in partnership with Situ, where there's been land assembly undertaken to deliver those sites. They form one part of the regeneration framework, but that covers a larger area. So the document that's coming into the public domain for consultation later this year or early in the new year covers a more significant range of sites and also non-site-based interventions around transforming that area.
So what's the status of the Waterside Master Plan then? Is that something that's been... Is that a public document?
That's a good question. I didn't catch what the terminology was. Effectively, there've been various different projects in this area for a while. Can I ask a colleague if there's a name for the master plan that brings forward those 3 sites that are under Situ's control? Do we use master planning in the sense that it's a designed scheme?
I can answer that in part. I think that the sites themselves are known as Attercliffe Waterside, and the first site, as we touched on, got planning permission recently. So the information around that site and the broader sort of delivery of the sites themselves are in the public domain. So that is information that's available. We can find the best way to share that information across with yourselves in terms of if you'd like us to, in terms of the best way to convey that across, whether that's through information that was part of the planning application or a development brief or a smaller master plan that's been published. But we'll just need to check the status of those documents and the best way to share that information, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, if you could do that, that would be useful. So in terms of the Waterside Master Plan then, there's 3 sites then, as I understand it, and the first one, ES28, that's phase 1, that's got planning permission. And then the other 2 were ES22 and
so ES28 is the phase 1, and then you've got ES22, which is phase 2/3 in my notes, and then you've also got alongside that you've got ES33, which is also phase 2/3. So yeah, you've got one in phase 1, which is the permitted one, and those 2 coming through in phase 2 within the Waterside Master Plan. I hope that's right.
Just to jump in there while my colleague's looking for that information, it's grant funding from Simca's Brownfield Housing Fund.
So there's a collection of sort of mechanisms at play here. So it's an example of the council and its partners delivering through land assembly. And yes, there are different sort of funding streams. So Homes England are helping fund the wider master plan for the Attercliffe area. SIMP's Brownfield Housing Fund as part funding the delivery of phase 1. And I don't know if anyone right now can provide more information on funding models for the future phases. But if not, we can supplement this question with a bit more of an explanation around what we anticipate those potential funding models being for delivery of future phases.
To bring them forward in this area.
I think this is one of the examples of delivery of an early phase to lift values in an area, and I think as those future phases come online, we'll understand further whether additional grant is needed or actually they're able to deliver under their own steam because values have increased. That's the anticipation here. So that's where we are at the moment in terms of our understanding of that.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Bolton, did you? Sorry.
Yes, thank you for asking that question, because that was kind of what I was going to ask, and I thought I understood it, but now I don't. ES28 has an application which I think is still pending, or has it been approved now?
It was approved recently. Recently
approved, yeah. And there's full funding for that, so that can be delivered. There's nothing additional needed to deliver that in terms of cash.
Well, as I explained, the part of the funding that's been agreed that is on the basis, and this is from the Levelling Up Fund, that stipulates that development must start 2024-25. I mean, that's the information we have.
Yes, but that's full funding. I'm trying to get to where the funding for the different.
Our understanding is that's full funding. I mean, we've not got a regen colleague here to absolutely confirm that, but our understanding is that that's full funding to deliver that phase. That's been my impression. But we can clarify that with our regeneration colleagues. But yeah, full funding for phase 1 as far as we're aware.
I think that would be helpful to you, Mum. I mean, that's what I was trying to get to understand which phases were funding, which ones were part funded, which ones were dependent upon the uplift in value. And if we get that information, that'll be fine.
Yeah, if you are able to provide any more information about the funding mechanisms for these sites, that would be useful. So for site ES22 then, that's in phase 2/3 of the waterside area, and so this one has capacity of 596, and anticipating that 476 will be complete in 2030/31. Can you just explain what the assumptions are behind that, the kind of timescale? Has there been technical work started on that site, and when would you expect any planning application to start with?
Thank you, ma'am. Again, we can provide further details, but the development of this site has got the notes here suggest that the site does have secured funding from both Levelling Up and SIMCA, and that stipulates that completions will follow phase 1, so from 29-30 onwards. But to answer your question about works or that have happened on the site, I'd have to find that out from colleagues.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of when an application is likely to be, is that again something that you'd need to go back on?
Yes, so apologies, we do have that information, but I don't have it in front of me, but it is all linked to the Levelling Up and SIMCA grant funding that has been secured against phases 2 and 3 on this site. But I'll provide that, we'll be able to provide that more clearly for you across the whole area.
I think that would be useful just in terms of trying to sort of understand the, you know, the deliverability of these sites and where they fit into the trajectory. I to come back on, but I believe that's the site that's it's an existing council depot. Has there been a kind of confirmed agreement within the council for that to be disposed of and or well relocated to another site?
That site's been long identified within the council as an area for change, and there is currently internal work going on to look at a depot review. We haven't got the final results of that yet. There are obviously other council depots, so some would need to be retained, but that one's the one where there's obviously the regeneration imperative to make the change.
Yeah, if there's any more sort of detailed information you can provide about Attercliffe, including if there's like sort of a kind of development trajectory for the area that sets out in a bit more detail the development milestones, when you're expecting applications, and just so that we can understand a little bit more about the assumptions that have been made. I think that would be useful.
Yes, certainly we can provide that.
Comments on Attercliffe?
Just a bit of clarification, actually. So it's my understanding. Is the subsequent funding dependent upon the council or developers hitting a certain timescale in terms of the submission of the application, the subsequent applications? Because I thought that was what was said, but I just wanted to clarify if that was the case.
I think we'll clarify that when we come back with the full information.
Okay then, so moving on to agenda item 37, this was just a point of clarification really. The statement, council statement for matter 12 notes that temporary hazardous substance consents have been formally revoked for sites ES 22, 28 and 33. So do those conditions now,
yes,
do they still need to be?
No, they can be removed.
Okay, thank you. So that can just be I guess it's a main modification, isn't it, to those three sites. So we can go on to 39. Now, these 4 sites, there didn't seem to be very much information available about information on availability. So I just wonder if going through those, you can just explore in a little bit more detail about the prospect for them being developable within the plan period. So starting then with ES 38, so this is in single ownership and it's in public ownership, is it? It's a car park next to a big factory that's underused at the moment. Is that right?
That's right. So ES38 for a reduced capacity of 25 units in light of the SFRA 2 updates. So, I mean, no further update on availability since the October update, so delivery does remain in year 11. Correct, the site is in single ownership and it's currently in use as a car park. However, the council are of the view that due to its position on the edge of the Darnall district centre, it is currently an underutilised piece of land on the edge of the district centre and within a residential area, which is why the council have anticipated that the site would provide a good opportunity to bring change to this area. But you are correct, at the moment it is currently in use as a car park.
So on this site, how did you originally identify it? And did it originally come from the Culver site, or? I mean, obviously, I can appreciate that it's an area that you'd like to see change, and that might be beneficial. But was there any further basis for your originally allocating this site?
Just bring up my relevant document so I can answer that fully. Just one moment, Ma'am. Thank you for bearing with me. I've just reminded myself of our written statement on this site where we set out the background. So this site was first identified in 2008 owing to its public ownership, leased to the NHS, as I understand it, as a car park. So it was initially identified in 2008, mainly due to its proximity to the local district centre, and at that time it was a vacant car park.
Mr. Bolton, do you want to make a comment here?
Yes, I think here we have one of those sites where the council might think it's a good idea, but if it's presently being used as a car park and the landowner doesn't appear to have really been promoting it, is it really something that can be considered to be developable and included as a local plan allocation? I mean, what we're doing here is not trying to set out a wish list of what the council might want to happen. One of the things we're trying to do is to accommodate the people who wish to live in Sheffield. So we do need a little bit more firm evidence, I think, if these sites are going to be included, especially seeing the level of under-provision that's being made in the plan. So I'm unclear why this is considered to be an allocation which is likely to come forward in the plan period. I mean, we know this is an area that doesn't generate a lot of returns. And so if it's actually being used as a car park and there's a return coming off it, an annual return coming off it, it might well be that is more financially viable than and more convenient for the owner, rather than bringing it forward for development, which is effectively a one-off payment and not necessarily a high one in this area.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with the council? You said it was in public ownership, but that's not council ownership. Is that right, or is it in council ownership?
No, I can confirm it's not in council ownership. By public ownership, we meant that it was in NHS. Yeah.
In terms of the reduction in capacity on the flood risk grounds, this is because of the need to avoid the culvert underneath the site, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Yeah, if it helps, the assessment was within the level 2 SFRA is exam 40C, and there was a map on page 326 of that document that shows where the culvert runs along the site. So the capacity is effectively reduced to avoid that area of land.
If we can now look at ES39. So when I went to and looked at this site earlier this year, I think it was, there seemed to be a range of existing uses and businesses operating from this site. There was car wash business and a building products business, I think, and a tutoring business too. There doesn't seem to be much information again on this one on availability, and I wonder, given the existing uses on the site, again, whether with this one there's a reasonable prospect of it being developed within the plan period.
Thank you. Yes, I've also had a look at the site recently. It has got car wash operational on the front. It's in single ownership, and the rear of it was formerly a co-op dairy depot, I believe, which isn't in use. It's a slightly unusually shaped site in that it wraps around some of the frontage. So the bulk of the site is at the rear.
But there's not any confirmed availability information from the single landowner?
No, there's no confirmed availability information, since it's a historic culvert site, that one, presumably from the time when the depot had originally changed use or lapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
Again, this is a site where the council's own evidence is that the site is likely to be unviable, but actually it has an alternative use which is operating on at least part of it at the moment. We don't have any indication from the landowner that they're willing to bring the site forward. There's potential for contamination on the site if you look at our Reg 19 objections. So I think there's a number of questions really which would result in me suggesting that this site should not be included as an allocation, because it's not likely to be, the evidence isn't there that it's going to be developable within the plan period.
Do you want to comment on that, Councillor?
No, I don't think we've got anything further to say.
Okay, and then ES50, so this one had permission, but that's expired. Again, is there been any further development activity, as far as you're aware, since that permission lapsed?
So yeah, a bit of an update on this site. So the site previously had permission for 57 units in 2011, which has since lapsed. We've received no response from the landowner, but we are now aware that the site is currently for sale as a development opportunity, quoting the 57 units from the lapsed permission. The allocation is for 16 units, for reference. So that is one small update in terms of availability, I think demonstrating that obviously the owner is putting the site on the market as a development opportunity. The site is currently down for delivery in years 11 to 15.
Okay, thank you. So,
sorry, would you like us to provide that information that we just referred to? The information about the site being for sale?
Sorry,
would you like us to provide the details of the site that's currently for sale or not?
And then for, oh, sorry, Mr. Bolton, do you want to comment on that one?
Just quickly, again, the area is an area where it is unlikely to be viable according to the council's own evidence. And of course, with sites such as this, you've got biodiversity net gain to meet on site. This particular site will need stage archaeological evaluation prior to coming forward, which might, if you like, put anyone off trying to successfully bid for the site. And you know, at the present time, we have an approval that wasn't implemented, and it is being sold. But to be honest, that tends to suggest to me that the council's viability assessment is correct on the site, and that there are considerable, if you like, viability shortfalls in bringing this site forward. Excuse me, did we deal with site ES42?
I was just about to come on to that one. So yeah, for ES42 buildings at Blagden Street, on this one, I think you said recently that you had a response from one of the landowner, but the site's in multiple ownership. So do you know how many other landowners there are on that site?
Yeah, our records show that there are 3 landowners in total. And in our response, so 6% have confirmed availability. So the remaining 2 landowners would be owners of the remaining parts of the site. The site, just to give a bit of context, it is a redundant former employment site. But it is in an established residential area. And again, the council, we believe that the new development will contribute to the regeneration of the City Road area and will also benefit once the Park Hill development is complete and investment in that area starts to encourage new development.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, so did you say that the landowner that had replied they control 6%, did you say? Was that right, or did I mishear then?
No, that's correct. And we've produced that on our updated statement that was published on the examination webpage.
And there are some existing uses as well on this site, aren't there? Mr. Bolton, do you want to comment on this one?
I was just about to make the point you've just made, Mum, is that there are existing uses on this site. There are 3 owners, Portsons Limited, AJM Property Letting Limited, and the owner of 61 Blagdon Street, which I think is a smaller part. So most of the site, you haven't got a return from the landowner on. Again, we know this is a site in an area where the council's own evidence is that the residential development is unviable. Here, from my understanding, I've not been there that recently, but my understanding there were 2 or 3 at least different businesses operating out of the various buildings here. And you would need them all to come forward to actually make the site suitable for development, in my view, when you look at how the land holdings are arranged. So, again, I don't think there's the justification there for this to be really included into an allocation. There's a waste permit there's a waste site nearby, so that the impact of that needs to be looked at. And obviously it's a previous employment site, so land contamination is unknown as well. And again, this, according to the council, this would also need to have a staged archaeological evaluation or building appraisal being undertaken with it, all of which, if you like, increase the costs of something and increases the uncertainty on a site, which, if you're owning it and renting it out or occupying it, has an alternative value compared to potentially a 0 value for residential.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody in the council want to respond on any of those points?
Thank you. Just a note, really, not necessarily on the allocation per se. It's worth pointing out that the principle of residential development being acceptable on the site has been previously dealt with. It had a planning application quite a long time ago that was granted for, I think, 50 homes across that site. Appreciate that that didn't come forwards, but the site is within a residential area. So if there's future transition, it's going to be residential rather than employment uses.
Okay, Mr. Bolton.
That just reminds me, my understanding is there's been a recent application on the site for changes to one of the premises there, and that was in 2024, so this year there's been an application on the site which shows, if you like, continuing occupation and interest and investment in the site by the current occupiers.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody want to make any further comments on those sites? I think based on the evidence that we've been provided with, there are concerns about them, but I've made a note of the comments that we've made, and we will reflect and come to a view about whether there's sufficient evidence to justify them being allocated. So moving on then to agenda item 40, did anybody want to raise any other points about the council's latest housing sites availability and deliverability information that they've provided? Mr. Bolton.
And this is going to be repetitive, I'm afraid, but I'll say it each time. We have actually listed all the sites in our Reg 19 objections that we think are unviable on the council's own evidence. And we would suggest that without a individual response on each of the sites regarding the viability, then you have a difficult choice, I think, or difficult decision to come to on whether or not those can survive and be classed as being developable under the terms of the MPPF.
Thank you. Okay, so then moving on to agenda item 41, which I think we've already dealt with some of them. Capacity changes. Do you want to comment on any of these, Council?
No, just to say that a lot of the changes are a result of either granting of planning permission or further design and survey work taken as part of the Sheffield Housing Company or stock increase programme work.
So I don't have any further comments about any of those. They'd just be main modifications to those particular sites. And then item 42, there were some other modifications. David, the first one was a yes 05. Do you want to cover that one?
Yeah, I think with these, as I've done with the other sub-areas, if I could just ask if the council have got any particular comments in relation to basically all of the other modifications really at this stage. Obviously we've read the modifications, but there's any specific ones that you want to just pick up on with us at this stage, please do so.
I don't think so. I think our position set out with our evidence regarding the changes that we're proposing to those allocations. So I'll be brief, conscious of the time. Sorry. Yes.
I'm conscious of time. Basically in all cases, the main modifications, the ones that I've identified. So we've looked through those. So we're. I think unless we've got any other sort of points to raise, I think we'll just, if we could just add those to the schedule really. I've got no specific questions on those. So I just really then, if there's any other comments on basically the site allocations ES01 to ES53, if there's anything further everybody wants to raise on those at this stage. And then obviously, if not, we'll just move on to the final item, which is the proposed additional greenbelt deletion at Willow Drive.
Sorry, yeah, the proposed additional deletion of Willow Drive. So, within within Appendix 8 of the Greenbelt Review document GBO2, we identified this area as an area of greenbelt that should be removed. Unfortunately, that wasn't carried through to the policies map, and I'm sorry about that. Obviously, the site contains, it does contain 11 homes. We therefore don't believe it delivers greenbelt purposes, and that its removal should be identified within the draft policies map. And again, apologies for missing that and missing it.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I think in terms of obviously just adding that to the deletions that we previously we've looked at previously. I think we could understand that particular change. It was fairly clear from the evidence that was submitted in terms of why that occurred. So unless there's any other issues anybody wants to raise on this matter 12, I'm going to conclude Mr. Rose, okay. Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Rose.
sir. Thank you. I've sat here very patiently listening. So, I don't think you'll be surprised by many of my comments that are raised now, sir. I think, as I relayed back, that we've seen and obviously that we've heard, and obviously you've seen our comments and employment evidence that's attached and appended at matter 5, which obviously reviews the employment sites and covers the employment sites covered by this session today at matter 12. But I've also had a look as well at the council's written statement as well, sir, as well. So I think what we've seen and what we've heard, and quite a bit at length, obviously there's a significant reduction in terms of the employment land that's actually being put forward here, sir, within this sub-area as well. And obviously some of the landowners and developers obviously saying the sites that are being identified for employment land are not actually, they're available for employment land either. And actually they'll be put forward currently in other uses and would be used for other uses if they were brought forward for redevelopment. And clearly those are urban sites, sir. So, and that's what they are. So if I just go through what we actually put forward within our Reg 19 as well, and what we've actually put forward in terms of our Matter 5 hearing statement. I think when you look at like ESO 5, it's very small, it's less than 5 hectares, it's a tiny site, but also in the council's written statement it says actually it will be for EG3. It's also covered by that condition in terms of the flood zone, so equally it will need some modelling work undertaken if it were to be brought forward in accordance with the condition that's been agreed in the EA Statement of Common Ground. Again, ESO 7, that's only 3 hectares. Again, that's covered by the flood risk policy and that additional condition in terms of modelling. Again, will it actually work? Again, one of my questions that I raised earlier, are these gross areas or are these net areas? It's all very much dependent on the modelling work that would need to be undertaken that we discussed at length a couple of weeks ago. ESO 9, same issue, a very small site, only a couple of hectares. Again, is that net or gross? And also it's covered by the flood policy condition as well. ES 11 is only 1.5 hectares. It's not strategic. It's not going to meet any need or requirement in terms of what the council's evidence shows. Again, covered by the flood mitigation, flood modelling issue. ES 12, similar issue there. ES 13, site's getting even smaller, but again covered by the same flood issue. ES 14, we're less than 1 hectare now, and again it's covered by the flood modelling issue. ES 16, the council's written statement highlights a number of issues with the site, and also it's covered by the flood issue as well. It's only 0.6 of a hectare. It's not of any strategic size at all, and yet it's identified for industrial uses. I'm not sure what it can accommodate. Then we get onto the sites that the council identified for general employment use. We've discussed at length site ESO 1, good proportion of that. The site promoters and developers is obviously covered by other uses. ESO 2, I mean in the council's appendix on page 125 in the tables there, it's actually listed at 9.98 hectares, and I think in the Statement of Common Ground it's only down at 2 to 2.5 hectares now. So, and equally the landowner and developer have stated that that site's not going to be brought forward for general employment use anyway. Again, it's covered by the flood modelling issue if it were brought forward for alternative uses. ESO 3, is it available? Largely developed already, pretty much all developed from what we heard earlier. So is it actually available for counting towards the council's needs and requirements? I doubt it, I don't think so. And then ESO 4, again already developed, but within the council's written statement it says it's for EG3. It's not general employment use. Again, it's covered by the flood modelling. So ESO 2, 3 and 4 all need extra modelling work to be undertaken, but 3 and 03 and 04 are already developed. So there's no... What you've just seen here, sir, and what we've just heard today in 3 hearing sessions is actually, I think, by my own calculations, a significant amount of employment is already being removed from the plan. It's either not industrial, it's not general employment, either they've already got other issues, they've got significant constraints, they need quite a significant number and need further modelling work to be undertaken. And in terms of already the shortfall employment, it's just getting bigger, sir. So I think what you've seen, sir, is that something that was very tight before when there was a shortfall is just growing, and it's more profound than it was before, sir. So I think in terms of meeting the identified needs and identified requirements, it's just disappearing. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms Rose. Have the council want to make any comments at this stage?
So I'm afraid the council can't meaningfully respond to that amount of information which doesn't follow the agenda which presumably you and your colleagues have put together having regard to all of the representations, including Mr Rose's. So whilst we are very keen to assist, I think the best way for us to deal with it is if you have anything further that you wish to ask us arising from the points Mr Rose has just made, then we'll be more than happy to direct our answers to those specific points.
Okay, thank you. I'll take obviously those points on. I think in terms of thank you, Mr Rose. Yeah, obviously. So yeah, I've made a note of those comments anyway. I'll take on board obviously what those have been said and obviously what the council have said in relation to those issues. So obviously I'll obviously review obviously where we are in relation to obviously the sites we discussed in more detail, and obviously those point that Mr Rose has made in relation to those other sites, employment sites. I haven't got anything further. I think we're at a stage where I think we've come to the end of the day in terms of the close. So we're due to resume here again tomorrow at 9:30 on matters 13 and 14. Just thank everybody for their contributions today. Obviously, thank you very much.